Добрый день, дорогие друзья, участники 7-го Международного Теософского Конгресса.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the Congress. Today is a truly landmark day. There has never been such a joint work on technical support and internal content. We studied the secret doctrine with our wonderful speakers. They showed their interest to Yelena Blavatsky's works. The second day, we listened to high-level presentations by our international guests from USA, Korea, India, and many other countries. We had a wonderful scientific symposium where we shared our opinions on cycles and how they exist in our universe. That was a roundtable discussion, and today, right now, you can see different roundtables. They are held in 7 directions: cultural studies, art, physics, natural sciences, psychology, education, philosophy, astrology, the history, and Oriental studies. One more time, 7 directions: cultural studies, art, physics, natural sciences, psychology, education, philosophy, astrology, history, Oriental studies. We will have a break and we're going to work until 6 p.m. Today, we're going to share our opinions on these topics and our revelations, our discoveries. We'll share our experience because the individual work of each person and this material is quite complicated. So this individual work, it reveals the best that exists in a person in all of his incarnations. Today we're opening solemnly the 3rd day of the Congress. The International Theosophical Congress is opened the 3rd day. 7 directions. We are going to have a round table today. I welcome our guests who joined online. We are joined by Daniele Bucci from Italy. He will be participating in the roundtable dedicated to cultural studies and art. Astrology and Kala Chakra. Here we have a guest from India. We welcome Václav Sander. The yellow table, philosophy. Here you're joined by Dr. Srinivasan Krishnamurti Iyer from India. We welcome you. Russian Federation, Physical Mathematical Sciences candidate. Now he is in China. He is a participant of the green table. Yegor Turley, we welcome you. The blue table, education and pedagogy. Now we are joined by Mikhail Chiratyev. We welcome you. Participants now took their places. We have a support team as well. Please show your cards. These are students of higher education institutes, philosophers, scientists. We are glad to see you and thank you for coming to support your roundtables. We will start with we are starting our briefing, Theosophy and Society. We hope that it will give a great impetus to the development of the whole world. Following Russia, Russia has chosen a development to be based on spiritual principles. and we will follow them. Vladimir Vasilyevich Yary, I would like to give the floor to you.
Приветствую всех в этом третий день нашей работы. И сегодня мы попробуем раскрыть все-таки свой
So we
потенциал
are working the third day today,
искусством своего
and
мышления.
we are going to discuss a lot of interesting
For
topics.
this, Елена Петровна Blavatsky, in her notes and Bureau of East, she gave thought for whole day.
Сегодняшнего дня.
And let's use this thought. So people
Спорщики заядлые вызывают
who question everything cause
лишь антипатию,
they
поскольку
cause
люди
only hatred
подавить
because
свой
people cannot avoid hatredness with people who are stupid.
мир необходим
That's why we took this as a basis for development for our atmosphere. This atmosphere for this day. We use this day like a black mouse.
символизирует изначально
Black mouse symbolizes karma. So we make these other causes for world. If we have peace, we can make peacefulness for this day.
так сказать,
Next
комбинация неданная.
next combination of this week will next week will be a red
Значит,
wild animal. This red wine animal symbolize saying of
энергии духа.
this fairy
В духе
spirit
мы способны творить
make we can make something good for creativity.
только. А месяц, в котором мы
This
живем,
and whole
представляете,
months this month will be. Let's
вторая спираль и третья.
let's make a circle on nodes in this month.
Забирает.
So with this month take big hole and black dogs around this month. And black dogs symbolize strong as a strong people, and strong people show responsibility of the people. So people responsible for their action. And here this year, blue
Эзотерически он уже
Tiger,
идет.
and he has a wisdom.
Но черный заяц дает.
And however, this year also symbolize a black rabbit. And dragon makes synthesis. So this events we call this the VII Congress, synthesize as the beginning of a beginner for this day.
Движение у нас должно идти от сердца у всех.
Our spirit. So this action go from our heart, and let's keep this atmosphere peacefulness for the future. Let's take it as an example. We know like this is difficult. There is a question, and this question should be left for the people who are not wise, like somehow call them stupid, and make. And this spiritual science for the peace can use like a probability for the future.
Начинаем обсуждение.
Let's proceed with questions and discussion.
И вот в этом состоянии и тогда мы смотрим, а именно потому что там ясно.
Дорогие друзья, у нас включение.
Dear friends,
Если вы видите,
we
идет
switched on to the online. So as we see how people discussing a question. Please walk, people.
вопросов у
And we see there is a lot of question from the speakers and participants. Participants have a lot of answers. And online we begin with the blue table, psychology. Please applaud.
Спикер Кравченко Виктория Владимировна, дважды доктор философских наук, профессор Международного юридического института «Россия, Москва». Большое спасибо. Скажите, пожалуйста, я смотрю, вы уже вопрос тянете. У нас на карточках подготовлены ваши же
Okay, I see that your questions are on cards, and today we will have an award ceremony of the participants of the contest for the best question. We have already chosen the best question because all the speakers have watched the questions, they have made the decision. We're going to have an award today. And it is especially interesting that the winner doesn't yet know that he or she has won the competition. That's going to be a surprise. Okay, so the question will be in psychology. It's the blue table. At the table, we have Vladimir Yary, psychologist, Kravchenko Victoria, and our young participants of the Congress. Psychology. What is the correlation of nature with nature of human, with psychology of human? Let me start. Based on my own conception, which is told in my book, I would like to mention that a human is a result of cultural background, and a human with his psychology is already a cultural being. That is why, depending on how the human was raised up, how deep he dived into the culture, his psychological structure is formed. So, briefly, nature has the least influence on human psychology. It only gives the base. All the rest is formed by the culture. Thank you very much. Any comments? Yes, culture, of course, is symbolizing, first of all, the subtle nature that is based on nature, on the golden section. And every human has a chance to become spiritual, to make his intellect spiritual, and then he learns these things. Thank you very much. Do we have any other opinions? If you have heard the answers of speakers, maybe we have some comments from the audience. I would repeat the question. What is the connection of nature with the human nature? So we don't have any comments. I would like to say that human is self-conscious intellect, and it is important that every one of us strives to his higher self. So we should strive to nature and to feel unity with nature. Thank you very much. Dear friends, please have a look. We have these cards. The color of the card corresponds to the color of the flag and to the color of the round table. Today, the blue color is on the background of the card, and on the other side we have your questions. So please, can you read the question aloud and the answers of our speakers?
Из полюсов сознания мы всегда нарушаем равновесие и тем самым
When we show one pole, we are responsible for the creation of another pole. And in order to strive to unity, we anyway have to stress the other pole. Does that mean that we do one step forward and then two steps backward? I think that evolution of a human is movement upwards, and sometimes we also can do 2 steps backwards or even 3 backwards. But anyways, if our total movement is towards, we are going to develop if we're not going to stop. That's my opinion. Thank you very much. Your applause. If you have any comments, you're welcome. Well, I think that development of a human can be compared to the sinusoid. So there is the way up and then after the way down. But anyways, gradually we still move up. It's like when we're climbing the mountain. Sometimes we can make a few steps backwards, but we continue our way and finally we are on the mountain. Homeostasis is also different way. Sometimes it's lower, sometimes it's higher. So anyways, making our way through these ups and downs, we still become higher. Thank you very much. Dear friends, if we do we have any comments from the audience? It was very interesting that these deviations from the standard, if I got it in the right way, these deviations from common things, they give us this opportunity to expand our consciousness. Okay, you have another chance to answer the question. Please choose the card. What is the difference of dialectic thinking from intuitive, and what thinking is developed by the Theosophy? Dialectic thinking is studied by many students in the universities of philosophy. It's Hegel dialectics, Marx dialectics, and so most of us clearly see what's the way of dialectic thinking. But synthetic thinking is higher than the dialectic one. We should remember that what is synthesis? Sometimes there is just combination of different things, and sometimes these components penetrate each other. And of course, when we take the best from different ways, well, Theosophy says, well, does Theosophy takes all best components of culture, of history? Do we see Theosophy in this way? At the moment, I'm sure no. Unfortunately, at least I don't know any Theosophy people who worked based on the new paradigm, because I think that Elena Petrovna started to form the new way of thinking, and it is a very complicated and process full of contradictions. That's why synthetic thinking is the result of the new way of thinking, new science and new scientists. Thank you. Another comment from Mr. Yary. I would like to say that synthetic thinking is the most complicated of all ways of thinking, and it is so complicated because the human doesn't follow the instructions of the doctrine. As soon as we start following the instructions, we will have synthetic thinking. We have this secret doctrine of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Okay, I have a small comment here. There was a very interesting thought that at the moment we still don't have this theosophical thinking and consciousness that can work within the new paradigm. Please look at each other. We are working now in the new paradigm. We haven't ever had this round table since the times of Elena Petrovna. This is the new method. This is the Congress that unites scientists, researchers, and this is the research of one sloka gradually from the first sloka stanza and further on. This is the first experience ever. So, dear friends, I congratulate you with a new time, new paradigm, and with a new influence of knowledge that humanity can get right now. We are in the new epoch today. So we congratulate you with the perfect beginning of the round table in Theosophy, and we congratulate the philosophy table.
Дорогие друзья, мы продолжаем.
Dear friends, we continue green table.
Физика и естественные науки.
Physics and sciences. Rashupkin Sergei is the speaker. He is Doctor of Mathematical Science, Professor of St. Petersburg's University of Peter the Great, Russia, St. Petersburg. And we also greet everyone who has connected to our Congress online. Turley Yegor, please listen to the questions. We will be happy to listen to your comments. Hello, everyone. Dear participants, thank you that you have chosen this unique table, which is directly connected to the science and will tell us the new paradigm in order to implement the theosophical knowledge and sciences. I give the floor over to Rashupkin, and please choose the card. Dear friends, hello. We have an interesting question here. Is there any connection between the vacuum of quantum theory and subtle planes of theosophy? Well, this is an interesting question. Before to answer the question, I would like to tell a few words about the physical vacuum. This term appeared in the 20th century thanks to quantum mechanics. In the 19th century, the physicists used to think that the space is filled up with the ether. Like in Russian, they say we are in ether, which means we are on air. So why did the physicists start saying that it was not correct? Because the physical explanation of that was not correct. After the electromagnetic waves revelations, the new knowledge appeared, and the term of ether, as Einstein said, well, it stayed because we didn't need it anymore. And then later the quantum mechanics appeared, and we learned about the virtual particles. This is the fundamental things. The physicists in Japan, Yukawa, in 1935, he said that we have virtual particles. He said that all interactions are explained by that virtual particles. And it is not possible to detect those particles. They are not able to be registered. These particles break the rules of energy conservation. They cannot principally be registered as quantum mechanic scientists thought, but still these particles determine all interactions, and we're able to describe them and to calculate the possibilities of the interaction. And those formulas were proved experimentally. And here we have a new term. We moved from ether to virtual particles. The ether is filled with virtual particles. This is a gigantic space of energy. If we take the lamp and its vacuum, then the energy inside this vacuum will be enough to boil the ocean all over the planet. And the future technologies, I'm sure that the rockets in future will be based not on those primitive motors as now. I guess it's going to be the vacuum energy. So this system of virtual worlds totally corresponds to the scheme of theosophy about the structure of the world and these subtle planes. The science has naturally connected with theosophy. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, applause to the green table and all the participants. Thank you that you joined us today. And now the question for Yegor Turley, the online speaker. Please choose the card to Yegor.
Известно, что пространство и время являются базовыми понятиями в современной физике. Существуют ли некоторые факты, которые свидетельствуют о том, что существует нечто более фундаментальное, чем пространство и время?
Господин Турлей, если вопрос понятен, то, пожалуйста, ответ. Если плохо слышно, я повторю.
Да, я думаю, что здесь можно вспомнить ту самую
Well,
штуку.
I think today we can remember the sloka.
Идет речь о великом дыхании, которое является
The great breathing was mentioned in the comment of the sloka.
Возможно, то самое божественное дыхание, которое
I guess that this
в современной физике можно назвать,
breathing,
метафорическим языком современной физики
well,
можно назвать
metaphorically we can call it
вакуумом также.
a vacuum breathing.
И вот это самое дыхание является тем самым.
I think that this breathing can be this addition. So what can we say? In modern physics, the theory of strings
колебаниях, о том, что непосредственно характеризует ритмы дыхания. Возможно, какая-то связь, когда будет
maybe there is some connection here, and maybe this will show something more fundamental, that space and time exist. This is the first that comes up to my mind. Maybe someone else is going to add something. Thank you very much. Thank you that you joined us today online. If you have any comments to this question, please, you're welcome. I think that the most fundamental terms of space and time are goddess and God. Goddess, time, this is, well, today it's Mother's Day, and space is the expression of Father's beginning, God. Thank you very much. Well, it's pretty interesting. We study the sacred doctrine, and this knowledge gives us the base to orient, to direct ourselves in any field. We talk to the Muslims, or we talk to the Buddhist, or we talk to the Christians, or we talk to the scientists. We will never confuse time and space. And what is the sequence of time? I would like that every table analyzes these things, because next round we're going to have the cross discussion, and the questions that we had today, they are, well, God is not that God. Elena Petrovna mentioned that in the secret doctrine, and the teachers confirmed that in Agni Yoga and in other fields. So please today correspond to the Theosophy, okay? Please applause to the questions, space and time.
So we are talking about space and time. We know that there are 3 dimensions in physics, and the 4th one. And the 5th and the 6th dimensions are our mental energy. With this dimension, we can go beyond space. We can travel in space, actually. And Helena Blavatsky wrote about this. Using our mental energy, we can do that. It also allows us to look at the Akashic writings and see what was written in the past. So this is how we go beyond time. Thank you so much. So we know that time is revealed in the plane of images, and the first thing that happens is the manifestation of Fahad. It signifies the beginning of time. It is psychic energy, the 7 rays combined all together and giving an impetus that is the law itself that sets laws. If you remember from the secret doctrine. And I would like this wonderful table continue its work. Thank you for your comments. Now, it was the table discussing physics and natural sciences. One more card, please. Does modern physics confirm the basic principles of theosophy? If so, give examples. On several occasions, I told that modern physics, created in the 20th century, in the 21st century, and the discoveries made in physics, the problem of dark energy, dark matter, we know that standard matter is only 4% of what exists in the universe, and the rest is unknown to us. The problem of how galaxies are formed. We may resolve these problems following the secret doctrine. And it is wonderful because Helena Blavatsky in the 19th century, she shared this information with the whole world. And she said that it will be recognized later in the 20th century. And now we are witnessing this, that this is the guiding road for modern physics. Thank you. And thank you so much. Yuri Butin, do you have a comment? I agree with Sergei Pavlovich that the future of science is in theosophy. Thank you. We continue our fruitful work. we kind of combine the colors here. So the blue table, education and pedagogy. The speaker is Volnov Ilya Nikolaevich. He is PhD in Technical Sciences, Associate Professor Director of the Center of Technological Support of Education of Moscow Polytechnic University, and Vladimir Chernov, Doctor of Science in Economics, PhD, Professor of the Department of Finance and Credit of Nizhny Novgorod National Research State University, named after Lobachevsky, Russia, Nizhny Novgorod. And we welcome our online participant, Chiratev Mikhail Nikolaevich from St. Petersburg, corresponding member of the International Academy of Sciences of Ecology, Man and Nature Protection, advisor to the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences, trustee of the International Rurik Memorial Trust in Kulu, India, St. Petersburg, Russia.
В добрый путь. Пожалуйста, возьмите свой вопрос.
Please take your question. I'm showing it, I'm reading it. One of the limitations of the education system and the science of pedagogy, like any science, is averaging. I would like you to voice all the restrictions imposed on yourself by the education system and the science of pedagogy, thanks to which our education is in crisis. I would like to say the following. I would like to comment on averaging. In discussing the education system, we are talking about individual trajectories in education. In general, can we work with individual education trajectories? What do we have in science? The systemic approach. And more deeply looking at the methodology of science, one of this principle is the reproduction of results. In science, we do not see the unique events. We follow the principle of reproduction, of repetition. Averaging is the mass manifestation of anything, like mass production and so on. In general, within the systemic approach, we could not see the individuality of a child. And the most horrible thing, and I'm going to tell you about horrible things. So imagine a child, he has a holistic worldview. He goes to school and he hears that you're more inclined to technical studies rather than humanitarian studies. And that means that the child cannot continue working with all domains in science in general, as a whole. So we bear this sacrifice. We cannot work with unities, and we do not see the truth because the truth is not visible. I should say that science is afraid of something, and the thing that it is most afraid of is truth. Where do we find truth? In the field of missed knowledge, lacking knowledge. If you look at the field of science, you see certain zones where knowledge is lacking, and the truth is there. And we believe that our education system will be associated with beauty and truth. Look at our scientists and ask them about beauty, but scientists will say that it is not what we are dealing with. But how can science work without beauty? We know that beauty is the garment of truth. Pedagogy is also a science, but it is lacking beauty. Let us return beauty to science in general and to education. In this case, our children will be happy and synthetic. They will see the truth and they will convey this truth to us adults. Thank you so much. It was a very energetic speech, and we all support you. We'll support your table dedicated to education, and it is a very relevant problem now, very urgent one. There is a statuette of Helena Blavatsky at your table, because without this knowledge in Russian Federation, because it exists in Europe and America, I believe that this Congress will lead to changes, significant changes, because the systematic use of this fundamental knowledge will yield great results. And your speech, it gives us direction. And of course, it will be based on theosophy as well. Chernov Vladimir Anatolovich, we will ask for your comment.
Какие вы видите пути выхода образования из кризиса? Как
Do you see any ways of coming out of the crisis? How can theosophical knowledge help this way? To find ways out, we should understand the cause of this crisis in science. I believe that the Soviet education system was more perfect than the current one. And the approach based on a consumer and not a creator was actually hindering the progress. So how can we confront this? What are the possible ways out and possible opportunities? The first thing is the writings of the living ethics. One of the principles of living ethics is labor, is working and self-development, and your intention to develop yourself. It's when you develop your qualities, your professional qualities and personal qualities. When we work, we get certain pleasure from it. And if we do so, we get happy. We get happy in our life in general. If we work and we don't like our work, certainly we will be unhappy. So the worst thing is that we teach our children to consume, and we estimate people according to their level of consumption. The more I consume, the more luxuries I have, the richer I am. Then I should get more respect. A more expensive car, more expensive flats, more expensive food. We all try to get it. And we believe that it will bring us respect, but we should follow living ethics. People should be more helpful to society, should develop themselves. And we should estimate people according to how helpful they are for society in general. And we should cultivate it in upbringing and education, actually starting not from school, but from the kindergarten. When you enter the school, tolerance comes first place. Tolerance to destructive processes that ruin morality, that lead to chaos and to the destruction of the foundations of our society. Living ethics reads, there is nothing worse than a crowd of people who are lacking foundations. So this kind of approach is not helpful, and moreover, it's ruining. Speaking of a systemic approach, we were talking about synthesis, and we understood synthesis as systemic unity of opposing views, of extremities. And there are elements in any sphere that are interacting based on certain correspondences, based on certain chain of cause and effect, like karma. If we are lacking systemic approach, it means that we are reaching clip thinking, and we do not consider the actual cause and effect in the future. Without the systemic approach, we see the facts, but we do not understand their results. Are not a system, but the laws of the universe are a system.
Теософские знания, они дают такой толчок к знанию причины. И сейчас Владимир...
Dear friends, certainly theosophical knowledge leads us to knowledge of
this
cause.
system we should figure out. So we should know cause. If we don't know, if we do not learn consequence of the causes, so we don't know anything. So please represent yourself. My name is Sasha.
Вы сидите за столом образования.
We are sitting on the table. We are sitting on the blue table, education and pedagogy. There is a good scientist. They said they talk about science. About please tell about pedagogy. If the real, what is the real about pedagogy? Please comment. I consider that our education is very important to have, and community should have consider spiritual education like science, and should keep up with it. And I completely agree with honored people, and almost completely maintain his view. And dear friends, you have one more question. Please take the card. Please show online card. A card. Read the question. The main problem of pedagogy in this is the solution of what good question. This.
Владимир Анатольевич. Чем он закончил, он сказал, что мы должны знать причину того, что мы имеем.
We should know the cause of what we have, and what crisis in education is education. Education go from the word from educate. We live in a community of consumption. Ideal in this community is consume. So far, if we don't have ideal, so we don't have ideal like idea which should fix the criteria of for ideal. Then our problem will be overcome. Like a problem will be overcome, like educational problem, another problem. So we should go to the ideal and realized in our community. Thank you very much for this table, and good question, good comments, good answer. Thank you very much, Volnov and Shirokova, Chernov.
Bogomolовой.
We heard that the causes for the system gives
образовательную систему.
For common education. It's real. System is real.
И круглый стол Theosophy и социум продолжает.
So round table continue its work. Applaud from the speakers.
Участник этого стола.
We have online Михаил Николаевич Черятин.
Чернова. Вопрос для Черятина.
Чернов have a question for Черятин.
Известно, что главная проблема
There is known the main problem of pedagogy is the solution of non-standard tasks. What would you suggest? What method in solution solving non-standard tasks? The method is described in the books of living ethics and secret doctrine can help in solving non-standard tasks. Thank you very much for this question. Standard in all spheres of our community. Thanks for we have a basic for the intellect, and science is based on the science, on classification or differentiation of systematization of science. So a system of systematization is the basis. Living ethics and a secret doctrine tell about inner of the human and tells about inner of human, which can quantitatively say about different part of the spiritual mind of people. So these steps is so this thought works in a different part of the mind, which this works consume beauty, which go from sphere of experience of people, and this make solution for the different kind of difficult question, which open beauty and harmony of people. So people, that's why have experience to solve difficult problem. And when we search for so we have limitation. So if we have limitation, we don't have opportunity to find way out. So Theosophy and living ethics open a way to open to the self-development, and this cannot be compared with AI. So people become spiritual developed. Thank you very much. Mikhail Nikolaevich, we congratulate you. People support. Congratulate you. I want to add from myself. So harmonically, we see. We talk about karma. So you learn this doctrine not a lot of years. So this world become life. So you know differences between meaning when when we walk in the same field, know what's the karma, what is kanki, what is the way, what the action. Thank you very much. You back every one of us to the knowledge of theosophy. Thank you very much. This scientist was from St. Petersburg. We go to the red table. Good people. Alexander Ivanovich Kursonov. He published his work in articles Mirror in Secret of Second. He member of the he from Moscow, and thank you, Maria Vladimirovna. She's astrology, Russia, Белокурика.
Вайфхав Сендер, мы приветствуем вас.
Вайфхав Сендер.
Нашему столу.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are here. We give you words. Vaihav Center, PhD. He works in new and gas development and management. He worked in the article He published his work in USA, in China, and a member of the he works in astrology in Lucknow, India. Thank you very much. You're here, and Alexander Ivanovich, take a card. Astrology and Kalachakra are different ways of cognition. What their difference? I can answer. Oh yeah, well, a question. Question is very interesting because give opportunity to thinking how astrology represent in Kalachakra in a system of Eastern and West. But the link between them have to be. If we consider the structure of Kalachakra, we can see circle of zodiac. This is the first line we should pay attention to. And differences are big, but not everyone, astrologers, can understand this, can understand people from different knowledge or from different part of the world, and in another way, who work in people who work in theosophy, scientists who work in theosophy, they can understand astrologists. So we have so differences big, but common between them, astrologists and people who learn theosophy. So in this event, I found one important moment which connect astrology and astrology mandala, which is close to the Kana chakra. This is the Western understanding of West and East Theosophy. In the Theosophy, there is understanding of time, clock time. In astrology, we have ancient astrology. In ancient astrology, there is a peak of day, for example, the 12 of afternoon. A microcosm left on the 12 of afternoon. It depends on the when it happened. During the day, microcosm call it symbolical and surprised. And surprisingly, this describe it differently. I many years work in this in symbolical astrology, and I know this surprised me in Kalachakra. This called like a space clock time. I also want to give example historical. You know, Pact Marerica, everyone known, was concluded in 12 day of afternoon. I understand this happened not. So this the time was chosen in Theosophy. How said my prof mentor, he said like a peak of day.
Макушка дня.
He called this like a Russian makushka, or in English, peak of a day. So it shows everything in Kalachakra, in astrology, or in Kalachakra. Alexander Ivanovich, thank you very much for this. For me, it's a new, because for me, it's new. So 12 in afternoon is very important, like a symbol of a day. This ray in this stars We offer comments and
Vibe Hub Sender. Зачитывает вопрос Кеп Мария Вадимовна.
So, Maria, please read the question. How can astrology help us as a science to solve the internal problems? Mr. Whitehop, if you heard the question correctly, can you comment on it? How can astrology as a science help?
I'll begin my comment. Let me begin by saying that yesterday there was a tragedy when a temple was demolished by Pakistan at Kashmir. Yeah. So I'm going to speak on the subject that you asked. Am I audible? Yes. So basically, let me try to summarize whatever we've heard just now, which is that Aristotle said that there are three things: truth, beauty, and justice that are worth going after. Consumption, consumerism, the desire to keep buying things is something that is prevalent all throughout the world right now. And that is a very, very wrong trend. And I agree. In psychology, I think synthetic thinking comes from the Marxian, Karl Marx thought that thesis, synthesis, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. And yes, ether and the virtual worlds are starting to move out because, like Metaverse by Facebook, they are trying to move in that direction. Pole reversals are exactly pointed out in intellectuality as in Buddhism or by Karl Marx by his communism. And so when I move to the point that how is science related to astrology, I will say that we have to be able to look more deeply. If you look very deeply, you can see everything is connected. Everything is a system. Andrei Tarkovsky once said, an artist never works under ideal conditions. If they existed, his work wouldn't exist. For the artist doesn't live in the vacuum. Some sort of pressure must exist. The artist exists because the world is not perfect and would be useless if the world were perfect. And so he has and said, as man wouldn't look for harmony, but would simply live in it. Art is born out of an ill-designed world. This is the issue in Andrei Rublev. Okay, I'm being heard. Yes. So as I move forward, how science and religion combined can be understood if you look deeply in the fact that in the Caucasian mountains today there is a synthesis as well as a divide, and that is happening, as you can see, in Arvind Adiga, whose last name comes from Adiga, which is a part of Caucasia. And there was Jamal Khashoggi, who was killed, and you know that Khashoggi is also a type of a language and people in Caucasia. And there's Dagestan, where you had riots some time back, right there in Russia. So what I'm saying is, if you read the news very carefully, you can look into the depth of the problems out there.
Огромное спасибо. Мы поняли вашу общую концепцию. Добавляет.
Thank you very much. We have got your general conception. Now we would like also to hear to the comments of an astrologue, Kep Maria Vadimovna. She is from Belokuriha city. Hello. I was born and studied in St. Petersburg, but a year ago I moved to Belokuriha city. And this is according to the plan of Rerich's family about life on Altai. So how can astrology help us to solve our internal problems? Astropsychology, this is the influence of the planets on the character of person depending on his or her date of birth. And we have a chance to improve ourselves, to find moments that we can impress and to transform this energy in our success. And at the same time to use our original talents that we already have from our birth. So astrology is the science that has application, you can define moments that are most successful for buying the flat or for moving to another city. I can continue answering this question for a very long time, but I would like to ask another question and to tell you more details about horoscope in the modern science. So next question is there any connection between the hour of birth of the human and his or her future? Is the future predictable or not? This is a brilliant question that our audience made, because here I can briefly explain what is a horoscope. At the moment of birth of a person, the sky is opened up above our head, and the projection of zodiacal circle is our original data. It's like the instruction for the human in our reincarnation. And the planets in zodiac, this is the character, our motivation, and the line of horizon. It is also projected into zodiac, and it depends on the hour of birth of the person. So if the person knows his place and time of birth, then we're able to make the professional horoscope that's going to be different from the natal card. And we will see the events that can happen to the person during all his life, and we will see the geographic coordinates of them. Our astrological school in St. Petersburg has a difference from all other schools because we work with the local map. It is connected to some certain coordinates and place of birth of the person, and you can predict different events in different places. And of course, I'm going to relocate. When I was going to relocate from St. Petersburg to the Altai city, before to do the relocation, I chose the best place and date of relocation, because if we make our decision in a good period of time, when we're relaxed, it's a good decision. If you make a decision during stress, when we are unhappy, then we will be unsatisfied with those decisions. So everyone has a horoscope, but not everyone knows his or her horoscope. So I wish every one of you knows it and use it. Thank you very much that today you gave us another potential opportunity. I remind you that you can ask our speakers questions at any time. We are open for the whole community, and the roundtable is working for you. We congratulate the table of astrology. Thank you very much. Thank you for your answers, for your comments. Vaphlab Sander, you mentioned Tarkovsky, and of course I would like to tell the story about Tarkovsky. Once Tarkovsky was asked to pass a psychological test and to draw a line on a circle. Tarkovsky turned the paper and he drew the line. This is the answer on those questions. Tarkovsky is a genius. He went out from the sphere and he connected the polar things. He understood both astrology, philosophy, art, and he gave a brilliant basis for culture in his movies. And of course, he knew the Asian studies. And he was a very talented philosopher. Thank you for mentioning this Russian person. Okay, we pass to another table. Philosophy table. This is the yellow table. We greet the yellow table of philosophy. And the participant from India, Dr. Srinivas-san, thank you very much that you joined the International Roundtable. Of course, you will have a few minutes to give your comments on the topic. And now Kolganov Sergei, the candidate of philosophy science, professor of University Moscow, Russia, and our dear participants online. So the first question, please show the card. The first question, the card has the question, it's Theosophy, how karma appears and when does it appear? Well, first of all, I would like to describe this question from theosophical point of view and how Elena Petrovna understands it, and from the position of Asian philosophy, I mean Buddhism. This term is the basic term in the Asian philosophy. Buddhism accepts this term. About 2,500 years ago, Siddhartha Shakyamundi Buddha, when he remembered his 550 previous lives, he defined that everything is complicated, and these 550 lives are fixed in special books, Jarataka, and we can read about those lives. And he defined causal relationships that are a reason for everything. This is the law of absolute cosmic faithfulness. It is fair what happens to us. The only programmer of life is the person himself. It's not God, it's the person. Many protested about it, but higher forces do not involve in this. Karma law involves in everything. It works like you get what you give. If we remember the words of Blavatsky, she has written a work on karma, and in this work, Elena Petrovna explained this law in details. First of all, she says that karma can be different. For example, there is kind of karma that includes events that anyway happen in life. And I guess if not this karma, then astrologers would have a hard time. This type of karma is in life all the time, and it defines almost everything. Not everything, but a lot of things, like the durability of life, relatives and society, structure of brains and nervous system. Well, it's hard to say what it doesn't determine. Then there is the second type of karma. We call it a hidden karma. For example, if the person has some certain kind of character or is afraid of something, this is hidden karma. And also, third type of karma, these are causal relationships that we create with our thoughts, actions. We program our life. The thoughts are main program of human life. And also, the second part of the question, yes, we can act in a way that will not create any karma. Thank you very much. Show your support to the yellow table of philosophy. And, dear friends, we are ready to hear the answer of Dr. Srinivasan on a question. Will you read it by yourself? So the question is, what does philosophy give to a human?
Что дает человеку философия?
The question, what philosophy gives to a person?
The interesting aspect is that philosophy, if I'm just defining, sorry. I just drink philosophy, I eat philosophy, I sleep philosophy, I dream philosophy, and then I breathe philosophy. Without philosophy, I cannot live in this mundane earth. Philosophy illuminates and helps us to ponder and create the boundaries of what we know in science, religion, technology, and other aspects of philosophy like epistemology, metaphysics, and ontology, soteriology. So to say, philosophy is a very interesting subject for us. If someone finds it very difficult to, say it is a dry subject, maybe it is dry, yes, I agree. But if only you nurture a rose plant, you water it, you cultivate it, and then see the flower blossoming with yellow color, then immediately you get the question of finding the truth. How this rose is yellow, how this rose is blue, how this rose is rose. So many questions are there. So it illuminates. Not only that, philosophy leads us to the question, why is philosophy more important? It will help us in our day-to-day life. If only we understand, according to experts, these are all told that philosophy is philologos, to find out the truth from everything, in every aspect. And that is what I just wanted to, ascertain that philosophy gives to a person about what we need, how we go about it, and then how we work about it. Thank you.
Доктор Шринивасан, огромное спасибо. Великолепный стол философия. Поздравляю.
Thank you a lot, Dr. Srinivasan. Very good answer.
Вы можете сказать пару слов, пожалуйста.
If you have some comments, please say a few words.
Инструкции к ученикам внутренних групп.
Елена Petrovna told to her disciples, if it would be possible to make a bridge through the fourth dimension, so this bridge was called Andakarana, like rainbow bridge. So this bridge would allow us to go deeper and to help us to achieve the truth. That's why the secret doctrine is called the synthesis of religion, philosophy, and science. Congratulations to the yellow table of philosophy. What does it mean to go in line with the time? And do we go like this now? To go in line with time means to go in a very meaningful way, being conscious, to respond to all demands of the time. And who we are, and describing who we are, I would like to say that we are the inhabitants of our planet. And unfortunately, a lot of pain, a lot of aggression around us. And next, it's inhabitants of our country, of Russia, and maybe being inhabitants of our country, it's a bit easier because we live among the values which are more close to our souls. This is family, spiritual qualities, compassion, the work for the common bonus. And the third category of we is those who have got together in this whole. And these 3 days of our Congress show that we are going in line with the best values of our time in terms of spiritual aiming. And this Congress helps us a lot to achieve our spiritual goals. And it's very important to be able to apply the knowledge that we are acquiring during this Congress in our everyday life through the friendship, communication. Wish everybody happiness. Thank you, Lord, Dr. Srinivasan, for your answers. And now we are going to the next table. This is history and Eastern science.
Я вас знакомлю со спикером. Спикер Олег
The speaker is in charge of the sector of scientific work of the University of Scriabin. He's philosopher. He studied in Yerevan University, also in St. Petersburg University after Lomonosov. He lives in Moscow now in Russia.
Наш прекрасный гость, участник, спикер Голенищева-Кутузова Вера Евгеньевна.
Another guest and speaker is Golenisheva Vera. She's been working for 20 years in the department of Rerich, in the Museum of Moscow devoted to Rerich, and she has a lot of publications, and also she's editor of almanacs devoted to psychic energy. And I would like Oleg to open the first card.
Южного и северного учения или школ в чем? В чем различие?
What is the difference between the schools of red caps, yellow caps?
В целом здесь речь пойдет об истории и философии буддизма.
Here we'll talk about the history of Buddhism.
С чего все начиналось?
Where did it all start?
К лицу с страданием его.
First, for example, when a person faced the pain, the sufferings, the old Buddhist poet, in translation by Balmont, he saw the sufferings of people. And he said that I would search for one noble law which would help protect people against sufferings. And Gautama Buddha discovers, presents to us 4 noble truths. In Sanskrit, everything is suffering. There is no soul of Atman around us. And to get rid of the suffering, he's saying it's important to identify the cause of suffering. And the cause of suffering is avidya, ignorance. And it doesn't mean that people do not know some facts, but it's ignorance of the spirit. And the Buddha offers the way. he thinks that the suffering can be overcome through the way of noble truths. And this way is regarding ethics, right deeds, right speech, right thinking, right efforts, and another dhyana ethics. This is concentration. And if we are talking about the difference between the Northern and Southern Buddhism, the ultimate goal of Buddhism is nirvana. This is calmness of mind, to be able to reach nirvana. And nirvana gives to mankind happiness. Nirvana is the highest happiness. And a lot of disputes around what does it mean, nirvana. In the translation, nir is absence, and vana different thoughts, so absence of thoughts. And many think that nirvana is the highest goal of Buddhism. But my point of view, this is the mean. And the goal is the bodhi, is enlightenment. And the Buddha declared that his enlightenment is the highest. But it's considered that the Southern Buddhism, in search of nirvana, means like individual search for happiness. And the Buddhism of Mahayana extends the Buddhism. And instead of opposing different parts of Buddhism, I would say about extension of Buddhism. Like Christ used to say, I haven't come to destroy anything. I have come to extend, to supplement, to make some additions to the teaching. And the way of dhyana is more ascetic, and Mahayana means extension. And the main hero of Mahayana is not an ascet like Buddha, who spent many years in the woods trying to identify that noble truth. But the ideal of Mahayana is the state of Buddha, Buddha Mahayana. Also through ethics, through concentration. And also I would like to say a few words about love. In Maitreya, in the works of Buddha, it is said that love can liberate the mind from suffering. And in all tradition of Mahayana, when Buddha was asked about different metaphysical questions, he kept silence. He just talked about keeping silence, calming one's mind. And in Maitreya, there is another bodhisattva who could be the follower of Buddha. And those bodhisattvas have their own locus, their worlds. For example, Sukhavati means the field of happiness, the field of Buddha, where his adepts end up. Nigmata, red caps. This is the old school, most concentrated on the rituals. And another one, yellow caps, is talking about consequent growth of enlightenment based on ethics. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for your answers. We congratulate you. We congratulate the History and Oriental Studies table. Vera Yevgenievna, please open up another card. What is the meaning of Sanskrit? Why is it esoteric? I will try to answer this question the way I understand it, the way I can. I'm not a specialist in this field, but still, I believe that Sanskrit is considered the most ancient language in the world, and some people think that the Russian language has origin from Sanskrit, and that our etymology originates from Sanskrit, and that it is the way to enter the world Akasha. The meaning of Sanskrit, its esoterical nature in following. When we pronounce certain words, we materialize our thoughts, and we have to be responsible of any idea and any word we are saying. We should be responsible for our speech, because the ocean of thought around our planet, it is everywhere, in every point in space. So we should be responsible for what we are saying and for what we are thinking about. Thank you. Thank you, Vera Golenisheva-Kutuzova. We support you. We are applauding for you. Arek Gaikovich, do you have any comments? Yes, I should say that Sanskrit is a unique language, and the word Sanskrita means perfect language. It is considered God's language. Sometimes it's called the mother's language. Traditionally, it is associated with the mother of the world, as it is understood in Hinduism. Each letter of Sanskrit is associated with Shakti universe. Sanskrit has the only alphabet in the world that is scientifically constructed. First, you see vowels. I have prepared a presentation. Can you please turn it on? So at the top, we see vowel letters of the Sanskrit alphabet, and it follows a strict scientific structure. First vowels, then consonants, according to their place of articulation. Vowels represent the divine plan of existence, and the lower letters, they represent manifested cosmos. The main thing to say when we are speaking about Sanskrit is that vowel sounds and the sound A in the Indian tradition is associated with Shiva, the Shiva god. In Bhagavad Gita, Krishna also mentions it, that the letter R is one of the main letters. Alpha, Omega are also connected to it in the Christian tradition. In this respect, it is unique and sacral in different monasteries. In Buddhism, we repeat the letters of the alphabet to purify ourselves.
Да, смотрите, и вот самая главная молитва, которую есть в индийской культуре и в
One of the main prayers in Indian culture and in living ethics, Aum, these three sounds, they represent vowels, A, U, while M isn't a labial sound. It is just some nasal shade of sound. In linguistic tradition, it's not even considered a consonant, because we know that consonants represent manifested universe, and Aum is a sound that is associated with a higher, sublime Trinity. So there are many profound ideas in it. So A, U, these are open sounds, while M united these two sounds inside. Because first we have an idea and then we manifest this idea. You mentioned that M is not considered a consonant in Sanskrit. And the way you pronounced it, it was pronounced inside like a musical tone, pronounced from the inside, from heart. Thank you. Yes, I mean, when we pronounce consonants, there is some hindering for the flow of sound. The upper palate represents sky, and the lower one represents earth. When we pronounce M, it is something in between. It is neither the sky, it is neither the earth. It is something in between. So Aum represents the divine nature of a person. Thank you so much. It looks simple, but I believe it is very profound in nature. And one more card, please.
Вопрос, в чем тайна Тибета? Блаватская обладала тайной знаний, которые...
What is the secret of Tibet? Blavatsky possessed the secret knowledge hidden in Tibet. So your answer to the question, what is the secret, the mystery of Tibet? Did Blavatsky represent the secret knowledge hidden in Tibet? I believe that she did, undoubtedly, because Helena Blavatsky is a great personality. Yes, thank you for your word. So thank you for affirming it. Some teachers said that Blavatsky was the only person who knew it. Secret Doctrine and other writings by Helena Blavatsky, they shed light onto Oriental studies and Tibet as a region, because Tibet was closed for studies by the Western world. India was colonized by England for a long time and was isolated from the whole world. So people knew little about Tibet and Tibetan Buddhism. Many English people working at universities, philologists, they were trying to study this material. They studied India while Tibet was still unknown. And Helena Blavatsky, in her works, sheds light onto the mysteries of Tibetan Buddhism that at that time was unknown to many people. Thank you for your wonderful answer, and thank you to the whole table discussing history and Oriental studies.
Дорогие друзья, и мы предоставляем следующее.
Dear friends, We give the floor to the brightest table today, the orange table of poetic nature, the fire that is reflected in Fohat. And it is wonderful that it is cultural studies and art. This table will complete the first round of discussion at the round table. So the speaker of this table, of the table of cultural studies and art, is Shachmetova Yelena Vasilyevna, PhD in art history, Doctor of Science and Philosophy, Associate Professor, Head of the Scientific Department of the Russian Institute of Theatrical Art, GITIS, in Moscow, Russia. We are joined by Daniele Bucci from Italy, museologist, pianist. Thank you for joining us. We are applauding to you, we are supporting you, and you will have a few minutes to comment on some questions. Elena Vasilyevna, please open up the first question, the first card. What is the difference between culture and civilization? This question is both simple and complicated, because in writings in the English language, these are almost synonyms. However, in the Russian tradition, it is not the same. The word culture, the original meaning of it is cultivation. Its cultivation is so it was associated with agriculture, and we preserve this meaning when we are talking about agriculture and gardening. And it was Cicero who first mentioned this word in a different sense. The culture of anima, the culture of soul. What is the difference between a cultural person and a non-cultural person? We are going back to the difference between culture and civilization. I would like to remind you of the book by a Russian philosopher, Danilevsky, who was the first to oppose these concepts in his work, Russia and Europe. This book was written in the mid-19th century. He said that culture is different, it is not single, because before Danilevsky, it was considered that there is only one culture, European culture, and Europeans justified their colonization policy this way. And Danilevsky said that European culture is not the only culture that exists. There are local cultures. And he listed them. Then Spengler wrote his famous book where he opposed culture and civilization. And he said that civilization is the last stage of culture. We were talking about the consumptionism, and this way of life is associated with civilization. And what is culture? Culture is light. It is the creative nature of a person. It leads to evolution and to what Blavatsky mentioned. She said that we should all become brothers, we should all become united with the sacred civilization.
Озвучьте в эфире.
You can. What brings a closer to reality does knowledge of theoretical works bring this process closer, and how does this affect on creativity? Daniele Bucci, do you understand this question? We can promise online. знания, knowledge of theosophy and how it influence on
Здравствуйте, спасибо огромное за возможность принять участие. I think it is a very large question, the relationship between art and reality. And usually it is a common belief that artists create a different reality than the one of the ordinary life. And there were many thinkers who dedicated pages in separating the eye of the artist from the eye of the ordinary man who lives in the world. And also in the Romantic era, it was considered the artist as a place of a safe place, safer place than the bitterness, the difficulties, the painful reality. But of course, they are. I had in mind, for example, also the distinction brought by Boris de Schlözer between the I, the mythical I, or the subject of the artist, and the subject, the man who lives, who has ordinary problems in his life. And he showed how, for example, in Gogol's life, there was this incredible separation between these two dimensions, and also they can be distinguished very much from each other. Also, in Alexander Scriabin thought, there was a reference to the big eye and the little eye. The big eye is the one who is allowed to create, and the little eye is the one who has to be involved in the difficulties. And as regards the specific theosophical works, I would suspend for the answer on this relationship. But I think that a certain artists arrive at a point of their life in which they leave just this dimension, this artistic dimension, and there is a dangerous loss of contact with the reality, or they can harmoniously find a balance between these two dimensions. And of course, the artists want to meet the reality and to open together with the audience, with the public, new perspectives in life, and contribute to humanity, and to the refinement of the skills of the humanity. So, спасибо за внимание.
Даниэл Бучча, музыковед, музыкант, Италия.
He is musician, Italy, for art. He said important words. Open his potential. This is a big opportunity for human mind. I will promise, young lady, take that. Yes, culture is currently scientific oriented, but culture should unite all sphere of knowledge and religion and philosophy and science and art. Can philosophy help to move from science-oriented culture to truly synthetic culture? And for this to happen, what steps are necessary for this? I am Efimova. I am from St. Petersburg. I prepared answer for this question. Theosophy can explain this because Theosophy is diving wisdom, because this diving wisdom can develop scientific knowledge. In this knowledge, our modern community should develop. And this question, and for this, can we use Theosophy in children, so children can describe Theosophy, the beginning of Theosophy, and I think Theosophy can help human development. So after the break, we can describe Theosophy with all participants of the round table, and we work in cross work. Thank you very much. Orange table, please applaud.
The round table of the VII International Theosophical Congress devoted to Madame Blavatsky and her fundamental work, The Secret Doctrine. We are in the last day of the Congress. We are presenting you the 7 roundtables, the 7 directions: cultural studies, art, physics, and natural sciences, education, astrology, color chakra, philosophy, history, and Oriental studies. For the 2 hours for you, we are getting online questions, comments, and opinions online. We are getting the cross-question connection by race. As you see, the color of tables, cards, and flags is in full accordance with the 7-ray star. The 7-ray star is similar to and is the first Dhyan Chuhani revelation at the plane of creativity and mind, and we would like that today mind and creativity win, and that the rays of green, violet, orange, light blue, yellow, blue, and red are connected and get one great color, the white one, because to be white and transparent is to have the purest psychic energy. To be pure and transparent means to be conductor of the highest knowledge, of purity of soul, mind, and heart. To be transparent is not to attach to the past, but to go to the future. That is the present in this very moment. Congratulations on the start of the 7th International Theosophical Congress in the roundtable briefings, Theosophy and Society. As you know, the best effect of knowledge expansion is the unexpected effect, and there were many unexpected moments. You were so good in all the situations you were in at the intellectual and spiritual level that I think that is a very professional actions from the point of view of every participant, and we are beginning from the first point, from the 7-ray star that starts its development. The first ray, the sun, the energy of Fuhad, the psychic energy, it falls into space. And simulation of this poetic ray is the orange table, culture studies and art. Hello, dear friends. Happy to see you after lunch. Elena Shakhmatova poses a question of the team of their table to another table. We are posing the table to psychology. Can theosophy be a method or a means of psychotherapy? Madam Kravchenko Victoria is answering. We've just had the Global Congress of Psychotherapists, and I had the religious-oriented psychotherapy section there. Of course, theosophy can be both method and basis for modern psychotherapy for those who have a real interest for spiritual growth, perfection, and solving their issues with the perspective of their further evolution. Of course, theosophy is the universal synthetic knowledge, but I'd like to repeat that we must still wait for it, because for today, the psychotherapist oriented for theosophy is something I don't know yet, but hope that we'll try to organize that. Thank you so much. Can I please ask a question? I'd like to repeat the question. Can theosophy be a method or means of psychotherapy? We believe that we've got the answer. Thank you so much. Any comments? Your answer is that it's absolutely possible and that it's already been implemented or starts implementation. It will soon be implemented. Okay, let's applaud, because Madam Kravchenko is sure that we'll have that soon, and we'll gather and ask how it was implemented. Thank you so much for your assuredness and for your loyalty. Thank you. Applause. The ray of the sun falls in the space of violet purple ray, and the purple color means moon, history, and Oriental studies. We are listening to a question. Our question is addressed to philosophy, and the question is the following. What is love from the point of view of philosophy, and what is the role it can play in the spiritual life of a person? The table of philosophy, yellow flags. If you understand the question, you could answer. Okay, we get the answer. And Mr. Viktor Makarov is about to answer. Hello, dear friends. The question of love touches upon hearts of all the planet the most, and it's most complicated to attain this level. The love is the highest sensation available to human being. We often think that attachment and love are the same, but attachment is about soul and love is only about the spirit of the heart. These are different levels of development of the human being. In order to get to this level, we need to proceed the evolution. If even once in the evolution the human being has attained love, he'll never lose that. As the child who's learned to ride a bicycle keeps this knowledge. We never forget love. Love does not go. The more we give to get the level of love, the more we get from the universe. That is why the second part of the question is about love helping to create, to transform our being, our lower energies. That is a necessary vector of our development. Without that, we cannot become a true human being. And that is why we've come to time when we have the culture of spirituality and love. Thank you so much.
Ваши аплодисменты.
Applauds to the yellow table philosophy. And we've just touched upon the question that I'd like to bring, if you allow me, to discussion of every table, because love is the basis. It's the ray energy that makes our mind alive. It's the energy that can, by its power, overcome any obstacles, not only here in the solid world, but also in the spiritual world and mental world, and in the world of mind and creativity. What does it mean for you love? The yellow table is about to answer. Please, you're welcome. For me, love is to be united with all that's alive, with all that's inside and outside ourselves. Thank you. Love is firstly the process where the human being is in to learn about the world and to love without having compassion and acceptance of the whole scale is not possible even in the technological process. Love, I believe, it's a divine quality, healing power, the most healing power globally. When somebody asks how to help the human being, we've done a lot of good, but he's not that healed yet. But the wise men say that we should add more love. From the point of view of psychology, there is a definition that it's care of interests of another person with joy. Thank you so much, Mr. Kilganov, head of the philosophy table. As for this great notion of love, it's an intimate feeling, and it's a magnetic feeling uniting people, not only people though, making them a real brotherhood. Thank you. Applauds to the yellow table. It's a great conclusion that's been made as for this notion. And please tell us, why have you asked about love? I was waiting for every table from your table, from history and Oriental studies. Love is the beginning, motion, and end of life. Love is the God, and the one who is in love is in the God, according to St. John. And love is the God, the only rational activity it is, and it was interesting for me to know what our colleagues think about this notion of love, and it was an exciting answer we've got. In the Buddhist tradition, there is karma, passion, and desire, the lower principles of the human nature, but love is activity of the spirit, of Atman. And the divine quality in the human being is expressed with love, as Leo Tolstoy was saying. Love is the only rational activity, because the great Hindus were dividing our mind into different sections. And Jesus Christ was saying that love is the God, is the way. The same was said about Buddha in the 6th century, and there is a sutra of necessity to apply love in Sanskrit. Its sutra means that Buddha was saying that emotions help us overcome the emotions because they are cliches in our mind, avidya, ignorance, and there are also anger and other negative qualities, avarice we have, but they are subject to control from the higher feelings, love, for instance. And if we understand the notion of love, then there is a particular linguistic form for it. It means that the love can be called Maitreya. It's what should be sublime. It's what should liberate our mind from all the negativity. And the last point I'd like to make, I agree with Leo Tolstoy, who was saying that truth is revealed by love. If we would like to understand it, then we should get filled with love with this Maitreya. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, do you have any comments? Well, love rules the world, essentially. Love is life. Love is a cosmic magnet. Love is what holds everything together. You know, our ability to join two different tables, the Oriental studies and philosophy, this topic that was touched upon is so universal. I wanted to ask Irina Foster from the USA. Hello to you. You're a participant of the physics and general sciences table, but the topic and the question that was discussed before, I wanted to ask you too. What is love to you? What does love mean to you?
Love to me is part of the body of God, whatever you want to call God, the source. And it's the mother. It's the essence that is the substance of the universe from which all of us are made. And when we look into the face of love, we look into the face of the divine, we look into the face of the infinite, which dwells within us. And as we have this essence awakening within us, then our selfishness, our drives, our greed dissolve in this essence that is the pure essence of the flow of the Absolute through us, through the Christ, through everything that is, that we even understand. And I wish you all love. Thank you.
Большое спасибо.
Thank you, Ms. Irina. And dear friends, this is the new ray that has flown into space, has given us the ability to think about the eternal question of love. So congratulations on your ability to intuitively, find these great terms and discuss them. Please applaud each other. In my book Symphony of the Human Culture, I found an interesting idea that love is the high universal feeling. It's the same as belief, your belief and your consciousness is a great part of the higher evolution of a man. And the symphony of human culture is only possible on the level of higher universal feelings. Thank you very much for your comment. Love is the source of life. Love is the fire that grows from two loving hearts. Love is magic that brings your wishes alive. Beauty is in love. And to reach the highest and divine feeling, you need to love. Love, because love unites two souls, two worlds. Love is the fiery flow that ignites your soul. Love is an energy and power that brings together the cosmos and the person. Love is everything that you breathe and you see. It's the great God. Thank you very much. And as a representative of the physics table, I wanted to add that love is, before we've said many poetic words, and I would, as a physicist, I'd like to add that love is the higher psychic energy that influences matter, and is known that the Masaru Emoto, the Japanese scientist, has conducted several researches when he tried to take different feelings, love, anger, and to influence the crystals of water, and then the crystals of water took different forms. And for example, when they tried to influence the crystals of water with higher feelings like love, those crystals had a beautiful form like beautiful snowflakes. You can Google Imasaru Emoto on the internet and see this experiment. I want, scientists' findings. And if you take a crystal of water and you influence it with negative feelings like anger, then the crystals of water form something very unpleasant. They had chaotic structure. So this is, I think, a direct proof that love has a direct influence on matter. If somebody loves, and we as people consist 70% of water, so when somebody loves you, your inner water crystals become beautiful, and if you are not loved, you begin to distract yourself. Thank you very much for your insightful answer. And I started to think about the snowflakes that you've mentioned, about their forms, about how they're influenced by love, and we know that the structure of snowflakes is identical, their main structure. Of course, they're different. There are millions and billions of snowflakes. They have the same source. They form the symbol of the seven star, the symbol of Helena Blavatsky. For me, love is an open heart. It's the clarity and this pure heart. This is when you can give, but you can receive. Love for me. Love is a lever that can pacify your mind. And when you love somebody, you obtain the clarity of mind, and the quality of psychic energy improves greatly. The psychic energy is the quality of fire. Then love is the igniting power. The igniting power that gives us an impulse to go somewhere towards our desires. So thank you very much. The astrology table. The astrology table also wants to participate in the discussion. Of course, love is an energy. Love unites all 7 principles if we talk about theosophy. But if we look at love from the point of view of astrology, it's a formula. The 5th and the 7th dome of the horoscope, they influence each other and they connect. So how one person is attracted to another. So each one of us, an individual, depending on the time and place of our birth, has different attributes of love. And love that happens between 2 people is basically the connection between the 5th and the 7th dome house of the horoscope. If they're fulfilled, your love will be strong. So thank you, and we hope that the love will fulfill all of our horoscopic houses. I would like to add And I would like to cite Vladimir Mayakovsky, my favorite poet. And if you know about him and his biography, he also had the gift of clairvoyance. So he said once that love is a heart of everything. So can you imagine the heart of everything, of the whole universe? You don't have necessarily to love, we don't talk about the love between a man and a woman. Love can take different forms. A man can love another man, a woman can love another woman, with this higher power of love. It means to value another person, to see him for what he is or what she is. And if I talk about Mayakovsky, I will continue to cite his words. And in this verse, he doesn't speak about any women, and yet he died because of a woman. So to love, according to Mayakovsky, it means to go deeper, to run and to play, and to look at how your power plays when you use an axe. It's an insomnia. It's when you are jealous of Copernicus, when you love her, not your husband. Thank you very much for citing Mayakovsky. And now we would like to pass to the table of pedagogy and education. Shirokova Sofia, the winner of the International Musical Competition. What do you think about love? For me, love is music, of course, because music warms our hearts, it expands in the space, it fills our life. But of course, love is always fragile because it's free of anger, of jealousy. And love can be compared to the sun because it shines and lightens our way of life. It engulfs with its light everything that we see. And people who are in love, they can always find their place in life, and they're always inspired to create, to discover, and to help other people. Thank you very much. And I think we can put an end to our cross questions Q&A session. So once the creative energy of head enters the space, then the spirit comes about, the red energy, the planet Mars. So hello, please, your question. Our question goes to the philosophy table. How a person can learn about the list of his karmic deeds, because we've talked about theory plenty today, and now we want to talk about the practice. So when it comes to the list of the karmic deeds, you can use this great feeling that we just discussed, love, and because without love, nothing can be possible, really. And in the life ethics, there is a term that when you're going towards something, when you're an ambitious person, you don't need to be afraid of the karmic deeds, because in the future, you are good, and all your karmic deeds, they are in the past. Okay, thank you very much. So does anybody else from your table have any comments or opinions or something to add to this question? I would like to add that what we're doing right now and what we're doing over the course of our life is that we study Theosophy, the life ethics, the great cosmic rules and laws, and this light of the divine love that we ignite with our souls allows us to apply this to practice, and then we don't wander in life, we're not lost in the labyrinth of life, we don't fall and then go back up. we choose the better path. And then we come across the tasks and goals that are given to us by life. And one of these many goals is resolving your karmic deeds and untying the karmic knots. And then we gain the ability to see with our an open heart by applying love, by being compassionate to other people. We choose a better path to overcome these obstacles and complete these goals. So I think you are able during your life to realize this list and to resolve your karmic deeds. And every choice you make during the life, they affect your life. They can prolong it or in turn make it shorter, because karma is made by you. So I wish that you all will be able to untie your karmic knots during this life. Okay, thank you. This is how the astrology table brings up such pertinent questions. That call for another scientific symposium even. And I would like to also add that to the discussion. Vladimir Vasilievich, do you have any comments about karma and karmic knots? Karma is an eternal thing, and it's impossible to resolve your karma once and for all. You can change it. You can change your outlook on life and thus change your karma. Thank you for your insightful comment. I've had an idea. That we all very often we hear different opinions that you need to untie your karmic knots, you need to burn your karma, and so on, so on. But I think it calls for a simple solution. But how can it be done during your lifetime? And I think that if you plunge in the situation, if you accept the idea and you say goodbye to it, any idea and any thought, if you accept it truly, and then you let go of it, and it doesn't matter if it's a meeting of a person to person or if it's an event, untying the karmic knots, it happens in two cases. First, when an encounter ends in a heartfelt connection in love. This is like a line that doesn't have an end. And the second is when a person renounces his selfishness for the greater good. This, unfortunately, practically doesn't happen. And this is yet one of the greatest aspects of renewing your karma. So thanks you very much. Thank you to the table. Do you have a comment to add? The thing is that karma isn't good or bad. It just is. It exists. It's a cause and effect. And if we speak about the karmic deeds, this is like a condensation of the low vibrations. And it can be burned by higher vibration, which is the spirit or love. So it's very easy to renew your karma just by going to the higher vibrations. And how can you do so? Like, what can you do right now to go to a higher vibration? Well, you just need, for example, to be happy. To look at the yellow color, to look at the smile of a person, and just be happy. Just to be able to see, to find at this moment, just find something that makes you smile and makes you really joyful. So the ability to find something that makes you happy, a source of happiness. Thank you, thank you. Please applaud this great question and this great answer. And now we are going to the next tray. the ray of the spirit which touches the Buddhic state, or the yellow ray of Buddhi. Buddhi is wisdom. The fourth state of the septenary star falls on the philosophy table yet again. And now I would like to hear your question.
Вы знаете, мы очень ревниво относимся к такой дисциплине, которая называется психология, потому что
We are considering psychology very seriously. Before it was a part of philosophical knowledge. We would like to ask, what is the understanding of the soul in psychology now? Please tell us a few words. What do you think? How soul can be identified? The soul is self-comprehension as a personality in spiritual manifestations at all levels. What can I do? I can dream, I can laugh, I can create, I can concentrate on some everyday things, common life.
Большое спасибо. Виктория Владимировна, продолжите, пожалуйста.
В настоящее время большинство психологов
Currently, most of psychologists work more as a body psychologists. And in fact, psyche is much closer to the soul. And this direction in psychology means more of penetration of religious thinking deep in our soul. And I think that penetration of religious thinking into psychology is closing to the direction of theosophical understanding of the soul.
Что могу сказать? Согласен с Викторией Владимировной и с Ириной.
I agree
Что, как сказал Сергей
with the previous ladies. Before, the soul was a part of psychology, but now we have come back to the source from where all knowledge, all information came from. And we should put it at a new higher level to be able to upbring, to educate new specialists, new psychologists who are using in more reasonable way the notion of soul. I think the soul means that you are much greater than your body. Everyone should understand that the soul is the way to extend your consciousness towards the greater universe.
Я хотел бы уже с теософской точки зрения.
I would like to approach this from theosophical point of view.
Я вижу, что
And I can see that responsibility which lies on us can become that great goal, that star for a personality who has understood two main laws. First of all, the law of reincarnation. And what is the opinion of the yellow table? Whether you have received good answers. Yes, our question was rather complicated because since Descartes times we are using more the notion of conscience instead of soul. And in fact, we have received very good answers. Applause to the table of philosophy and to the table of psychology. And thanks everyone who spoke up. So this is the divine yellow ray enters into the divine heart energy. And we come to the table of pedagogics, blue ray of Jupiter. Please ask your question to some other table. And we are asking table to the table of science. And our question relates to a very important category which we did discuss so far. What is missing now in science? In the science, there is no criteria of truth, in new paradigm, we do not have that criteria, how to identify the truth. Mostly we use benefit instead of truth. And the truth is missing now in science. And so our question, where is the beauty in science? Can you identify, can you see the beauty in science? Please, scientists, can you give us some beauty? So green table, physical and natural sciences. First of all, criteria of truth. In science, only one criteria is experiment. Whatever we are inventing, whatever theories we invent, all those should go through experiment. They should confirm the previous theories. We shouldn't neglect anything. And the second, good theory should predict some new phenomena. So the criteria in science are the same. Second, regarding the beauty, in the science, physics especially, we have separate fundamental and applied sciences. Fundamental discoveries normally are done not logically, but by intuition, like composers, like great artists, great writers got their creations. For example, Nikola Tesla, Albert Einstein, those theories couldn't have been invented by logic, because that was the highest form of enlightenment, achieving the highest levels in intuition. And this is the beauty. This is the highest beauty. When a person attains such high knowledge, it's kind of exaltation, kind of ecstasy for a person. And those appliances which Nikola Tesla created, of course, they are beautiful. Or if a building is constructed with the use of golden ratio, of course, it's also beauty. And the last one, we should understand that more than ignorance, that science neglected something that shouldn't have been neglected. In fact, that means that people live in all the times of science. 20th century created a new physics, quantum theory, quantum field theory. And it doesn't mean that previous science was wrong, but quantum mechanics generated new notions, notions of virtual particles, virtual worlds. And it doesn't mean that in future those new notions, new ideas will not be able to combine with the previous ones. And I can tell you that modern science, modern physics is the most beautiful edifice. And when you can see the beauty of equations, beauty of ideas which are built in those equations, they are phenomenally beautiful. And it's well known, when you write very big equation and it doesn't look beautiful, that means it's not right. It's because equation should reflect the nature, and the nature is beautiful. Now we have online another participant, candidate in physics and mathematics, Yegor Turley. Please, a word is given to you. And please, what is truth and what is beauty?
Устремление к абсолютной истине
Aspiration to absolute truth
практически невозможно.
Very difficult, almost impossible. It demands from a scientist very intense work, both moral, intellectual, and physical, using all the skills acquired, like those belonging to monad, personal monad. And there is a very good perspectives for the creation of beauty in science. And I think the science allows us to see beauty in many discoveries, and especially in applied sciences, because we have very good aspirations. And the nature itself gives the ability for the scientists to open new harmonies, new beauties in nature.
Там, где начинается спряжение наших, переход от нашего физического плана на другие планы.
Especially it's interesting the point of transition between our material plane and sub-material planes belonging to where belong all the virtual particles, virtual worlds. And it has very nice and beautiful nature, all those transitions between different worlds, different understandings. And it's a very big leap in terms what scientists are using now in terms of tools and appliances, because now there is a very great advancement in terms of instrumentation which our modern scientists are using to achieve their results, to perceive the world, and to be able to see the new beautiful discoveries.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you so much.
Такой ответ, наверное, удовлетворил стол образования и педагогики.
Most probably such an answer should be very good for the table of pedagogics. So the beauty is the aspiration to the absolute truth. And this is very close to theosophical concept. Now we have Mikhail Chiryatiev. Please add something to this question.
Красота, конечно, великая сила.
The beauty is the most powerful instrument in the world. And Dostoevsky said that the world will be saved by the beauty. And the Yary said that when beauty becomes the conscience of ourselves, of our higher self, then it will save us. When the higher energies of beauty will start penetrating our lower bodies, then everyone will be approach the level of Arhat, savior of the world. And our teachers have achieved this immortal state. And regarding the science, unfortunately, the science of man, of human, psychology, medicine doesn't deal with energies, doesn't deal with subtle ideas, because they do not deal with the soul, they do not have the ideas of the energies. There is no understanding of astrals, lower and higher astrals. That's why there are such impasses which cannot be passed without that synthesis of theosophical science and the modern science. And only through this understanding of the energy of the higher knowledge concerned and linked close to love, only through this the science will become fully and closely developed. Thank you so much for such dynamic speech and such powerful direction which should be followed.
And it's a great joy for us to see these revelations based on the core principles of theosophy that can fill in any substantial points that are empty now, but there is no emptiness that cannot be filled in. And right now the new teachers are coming to fill in this emptiness inside a human being so that a human being learns how to think. These new forms are filling in the new body of human mind. Thank you so much, Mr. Cheratiyev, for your thought that you've just pronounced. Table physics and natural sciences. Are there any comments, any further comments on this point? I'll be brief. In what was already said, science is based on a repeated character of all the tests and experiments, but there is something that's impossible to repeat, and that is the secret doctrine. Cosmogenesis and Pralaya point is the book of stanzas, is what we cannot explain by modern science. The whole secret doctrine is given by the teachers, by Mori teacher that are on the other plane of mind, much higher, and actually they are truth for us. And we cannot check by our five sensations, much of which is written in the secret doctrine and Agni Yoga. No, we're just based on and we believe that what is written there, we believe our teachers, and that is the highest truth. For the Rariks and Madam Blavatsky, thank you so much. Question to a table is, what is beauty and what is truth in science? Brief answer from 3 words, please. Truth is works by Madam Blavatsky and Rariks. Thank you so much to our guest from Germany and main editor of Psychic Energy Almanac. Dear friends, I cannot but share the thought. We'll not discuss it right now. I'll just speak it out. What do you think? probably ever you posed yourself this question. Why did Madame Blavatsky, in comment to every slok of Dhyan stanzas, despite the fact that the first three stanzas up to the fourth are devoted to Mahapralaya and Pralaya partly, why did she go through the same path in every comment? That is the path from unrevealed planes to the solid physical plane. In every commentary, she is telling about what will be, as the law is single, the law that is basic and unchangeable, that is absolutely touching by its motion the technology, process of movement, its aspects, what touches Purna, Pralaya, and Manvantara, sleep and awakening, thousands of centuries before our era, and the 17th century, our time, the state of mind, soul, and consciousness, spirit. The law is acting anyway, and it's one, and it is unavoidable. Why did Madame Blavatsky give it to us? In order for us to have the opportunity, by the similarity of the natural law, have this analogy of learning the unrevealed, unmanifested world. She's telling us what will be when it's manifested. If we know that, then we'll know what's unmanifested. That's what I would like to say in answer to your concept that the sacred doctrine is not possible to understand and to learn about, at least Pralaya. There can be many discussions on that, and they're saying that if it's the absolute, we cannot discuss it, but these people who say that forget that in the first stanza, Madame Blavatsky is also mentioning the three aspects of the absolute. In the prologue, she gives the full definition of it, and that every essence of any human being becomes logos when he starts speaking. Where is the beginning? Beginning of every ray goes from the absolute. Here is the answer. Whether it's understandable or not, the time will come when these 7 rays will be revealed in every race, up to the foundation, and for 100%, from first to fifth race the fifth race is ours. Atma embodies the 6th and the 7th races remain, and then the human being will go to another stage. He will be equal to gods. But this time, this moment is where we get every time, when the human being creates the current moment with conscious in every second. Each of you spoke a magnificent thought today, and it would be a droplet to the 7th race. Thank you so much. The next ray applauds. Here is the way Jupiter has touched upon the very intuitive, the deepest spiritual and solar vibrations. I'd like to listen to the participants of your table, please. I'd probably like to say whether I'm satisfied with the question about beauty that was posed. I'm very pleased with the answer by Mr. Oshupkin, which was definite, in line with theosophical and scientific definitions. It was a synthesis in correct notions of the truth. The criterion of experiment as practice It's what's been already and what exists right now. He speaks about specific things. What used to be virtual and latent is proven by physical and scientific methods, and it was not possible to measure it with instruments, but could be explained with mathematical instrumentarium. If it's been expressed in mathematics, it becomes science. Then it means that what we used to believe in, what was faith, became knowledge. What was part of religion becomes science right now. Here's a transition from religion to science. That was a fundamental answer, and I was not satisfied with the other answers, to be honest, apart from this one. But that's great that you've been satisfied with this one answer. We know what one is. One is everything. Thank you so much. The first theosophical principle it is. Mr. Volnov, Ilya, would be happy to listen to your opinion. What's been said by the table of science in the first reply is not truth, unfortunately. If we see the limits technology, what science is creating is the artificial intelligence is not structured. It doesn't have any images, and it's the foundation of worldview without any beauty. Where there is no beauty as garment of truth, there is no truth. So you'd better read with more attention Isis Unveiled. That is a kind of pamphlet for science that is without spiritual quality, and till there is spirit there, truth cannot be there. What is mathematic modeling? Look at what the ancient scientists were writing about. It's a kind of caricature without truth and beauty. We could continue, but we're here about beauty. And in pedagogy, I'd like to point out that beauty is the criterion of truth and the future of science. That is my point. What it will happen when the mathematical figure becomes the infinite number, when the inner essence reveals. Who has revealed that? Pythagoras, and then they forgot it immediately. What do we understand? What points do we get from it? There is nothing, but still we are going forward, and that you are telling about that all the time, that's great. You have the response and the commentary. Mr. Shipkin, you're welcome. I regret, but Mr. Volnov only appeals negative consequences of science till science goes to the next plane. It will all happen in good time, but to tell absolutely the whole science is like that is probably not that correct. Thank you. I'd like to listen to the participant of the Green Table, Physics and Natural Science, Madam Michelina Foster, the United States of America, a doctor of metaphysics. What does exist in beauty and truth in science, and what is beauty and truth in science for you?
Beauty and science to me is, science is a beautiful tool given to the mind of mankind, in order to discover himself and his beauty. Beauty is perfect symmetry, perfect balance in all things, whether it's our mind, our living arrangements, our living on this planet. It all has to come to a point, to a perfect balance. And the symmetry, as we find in all of nature, from the snowflake to the mountaintop, the symmetry that is already present is here. Science is uncovering it because our minds are not yet ready to understand the beauty, the symmetry, the divinity in which we live and move and have our being. So here in the planet Earth, we are the children. We are learning. We are being given these beautiful tools to help us and uncover our own divinity, our own accomplishment that we can do in the universe in which we live. And when we're finished with this one, we all just move on to another one because the planes are unlimited and life goes on to the infinite levels, past anything that we could ever understand, to more beauty, to more truth. Thank you.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you so much. So what is the difference between physics and metaphysics you see? That is the poetic attitude, this inner beauty, and these rays of our heart and heat coming from the heart. Thank you so much, dear Michelina, for finding harmony in every notion and finding beauty in every notion all the time. If it's so, then you are already in truth. Thank you so much. Tales from us to you. Additional comment from the physics and natural sciences. I'd say a word for the physics. Being on the in the first year of studies in the university, there was a lecture in mathematics, a very complicated one, and it was rather difficult to understand. But in the end, I got it. The theorem and the graphs. When I got it, I was in real ecstasy. The same way I feel when I read Agni Yoga books and when I am in the museum nearby a picture. This trance, this ecstasy is a kind of subjective feeling of beauty. I remember this feeling when I looked at this mathematical formula in the university and looked at another student and he didn't feel it at all. He was bored. So the feeling of beauty is subjective, I believe. And the eternal discussion between the physics and the lyrics, you see, is that beauty is a subjective feeling. When we get to more spirit, then we'll have expanded feeling of beauty, and we'll see beauty in mathematics and physics and poetry, in arts as well, and in life. Thank you so much. The purer the mind is, the more beauty we can see in any element around us. Thank you so much, Mr. Chernov. You're welcome. I really like the answer. When we're in the world of thought, when we think, that's what we are doing in science, because there are scientific conclusions and answers to questions. We're in the subtle plane then, and when the answer comes to us, then we're in happiness, and there's the feeling of beauty we have. We feel this beauty. It cannot be seen from the side. It's only seen by those who cry out Eureka, and we are all similar to these scientists who find the answers that they were looking for so long, and going through this maze. That was the beauty. Right now, they're saying that there are many kinds of works, so bookkeepers, for example, and it's so boring to calculate the capital for bookkeepers. I'm quite experienced in economic analysis, and I can say that pretty much of that is said by people who cannot see anything here, but these papers are a financial mechanism that is a kind of creature existing, and we should also be in tune with it. That's what we create, and we should have this creative approach. Another example. At the competition in Sochi, I was speaking about this management, bookkeeping, accounting. and they were saying that I'm Yesenin poet in accounting. What we've just heard, at least for me, is a point of truth, a grain of truth. You said that in any labor, having structure and harmony within cannot avoid beauty. Of course, it's the same. You co-sound it with poetry, with beautiful music or picture, or with a great method of economic calculations in this great harmony of the great document preparation. It's so important, it's crucial for every labor, where you should see the harmony. As soon as you reveal this harmony, you will fly to your work and to your offices, and this job will draw you towards it. Harmony shall be subtilized in every labor, in accounting, of course, as well, because it's so complicated to do it. Thank you. Dear friends, there was another hand raised. What I was thinking has already been mentioned, almost all of it, but there is also one thought I'd like to express. Creativity is absolute in all the spheres and areas. It's not only about harmony, but also about right character of action and thought in right direction. Then, as the response reaction of the universe with high vibrations creates this feeling mentioned by colleague and the physics. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Tatiana. Great comment, and education and pedagogy cannot come down, you see, because that's the ray of Jupiter that should connect to the hearts. That's its purpose. And we're getting back to you, your commentary, please. I'd like to thank all the participants for beauty of your souls and your love that united all the race. It doesn't go from table to table, it goes from soul to soul. It's kind of co-creativity. And these revelations of Madame Blavatsky is the single ray of your beauty and love. Theories based upon it is not only about psychology or science, it's all together combined. When creativity and love towards each other combine, is beautiful. Thank you. Commentary from psychologists who are also as active as they should be. I was listening to the answers, and there was a thought spoken about scientists with their discoveries, revelations, and immediate ideas. Sometimes people cannot distinguish the notion of irradiation inside, like to the notion of enlightenment, because enlightenment is a kind of idea that touched upon our hearts and we have aspiration towards it. Then suddenly we have the result of our experience, of our practice, then we get the result. And that is real joy. But it's not the inside, you see, the inside and enlightenment are sometimes messed up. And here the science plays its role, but it only is enlightened and enlightens everybody when religion becomes the leading point here, when it becomes moral, and then no technocratic leaders submerge us. The only thing that the science lacks is the moral aspect, you see. That's what scientists should bring up in their hearts. And then the intellectual feeling will not go forward and will not betray us. Then the scientist will be enlightened. Thank you. I'd like to say a few words to protect all the sciences. As Madam Foster said, all the sciences present at the material plane are the instruments for the human being given from above, according to the evolutionary path that we are going along. As we can understand, we are given, and in the teachings it's said that any religion, any teaching leading us to beauty and spirit is better than no religion at all. Thank you. Thank you so much. Madam Platonova is speaking of instruments that help us explore everything that exists in the world. Here is the theory of fractals, and in this theory there is beauty. In nature, it can be seen, and it's a spiral formed spiral file, sized shells or trees or something else that we can find in nature, and that's what we should show to children. If we make them look in the microscope, there are small particles moving, they can see there, they see the micro world, and that is the way to prepare them to understanding what the structure contains. Thank you. Thank you for the structure of existence, and we have additional commentary to the commentary of Mr. Yary about insights and enlightenment. Mr. Chernov has 30 seconds, education and pedagogy. I have a different belief. Actually, enlightenment is the process where the person is in, because the person gets to know something, it's perfection. And the inside is the sparkle. And the moment when we understand something, that is actually the inside. The sparkle in the moment where he was looking for something and found it. But when he is looking for enlightenment, enlightenment is what happens in motion, inside aspiration, inside our actions. That's why insight is more subjective and enlightenment is more objective, where we compare a subjective to objective. Here is my belief. Thank you. Thank you for your commentary. Accepted. We have another additional commentary from Madam Sofia Shirokova, Education and Pedagogy.
I would like to add that beauty is subjective, and of course it depends on your worldview. And I like Oscar Wilde's citation that the beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. So you can always find love and beauty somewhere where other people won't necessarily see it. That's great, thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues, for accepting me on your table. I've spent my whole life working with culture, so art and social studies is something that has shaped me. And of course, I would like to hear your opinion on this, because beauty is about culture, first of all. The things that we've spoken about, love, warmth, about ambition, about the truth, this all is encompassed in culture. So please share your opinions. Well, I agree with Sophia, and maybe it's just because we both are pretty young, but for me, beauty is also subjective. And for example, when you see sculpture or a painting and you see beauty in them, but some people, for example, will see beauty in formulas or in the Fibonacci sequence. But we all have gathered here because we have different opinions and different worldviews. And I don't think that we need to find a common ground necessarily, because it's a beautiful thing that we all find beauty in different things. It's good that we are here and we discuss things, but I don't believe that we need to, to mold all of our beautiful opinions into something solid. Well, this is an opinion that exists, of course, but when we've spoken about love, I think each table had their own ideas to share. And of course, they were different, but they had the same essence. And when we're speaking about beauty, of course, everybody understands beauty in different things. But in essence, we're speaking about the same thing. Because if there wasn't the multiple, you wouldn't have been able to find one. Differentiation is is simpler to understand than the whole thing. If we're talking about the absolute, it takes many reincarnations to understand the absolute. So it's different, So of course, we all think and speak about different things, but in essence, it's the same. So what is the beauty for you personally? Beauty, I think, is a part of a person. Beauty can enlighten, and it can help you understand many things about yourself and life. For me personally, and honestly, those words were most important. And of course, all of you have given many beautiful, precious ideas. But beauty is a state that allows a person to understand themselves. And what you've just said is just genius, in my opinion. Please applaud. Any comments? I also have an opinion. As Blavatsky writes, there was only one science at the beginning that was further development of philosophy and religion, but in the future they will all yet again become one. And as I've heard from the pedagogy table about science, that they think that's maybe not so important. But at the same time, Blavatsky in the Unveiled Isis says that the value of science is in its deduction, that it's able to gather different facts that could be used in further research to find the truth. And as a result of our thought process, the hypotheses that we derive from these facts, they can be wrongful, of course, but they're still necessary. So I think science is useful and it's necessary in our life. And for example, I can say that in my personal experience, and you can apply this to your different professions, because theory and practice and their connections, they are very important, they're essential. So you just can't outcast science and say that philosophy is more valuable. And what I can add about beauty, of course, beauty has to do with art, with culture.
Тут уже звучало, что красота это
It has been already said that beauty is the truth, and beauty is the eternity in its complete form, as one of the classics said. And Blavatsky writes that our human evolution is one of the ways that could be utilized to have an ambition to go to something higher, something thinner, and to see beauty and small things is part of the greatness. When you give an oath, and Blavatsky, she had an oath, so she couldn't, share many ideas with common people. So she used citations of poets who, even though they weren't philosophists and they've never come upon philosophy, but they had an inkling, a genius, so they could see more things than philosophists and scientists. And so she used their citations in her works. despite the fact that they weren't theosophists, but yet they were able to touch the truth. Thank you very much for your opinion. My dear friends, we have different opinions. You know, all of us are gathered in the hall. It's all of the people are diverse, and the people that are now live in Zoom, maybe your ideas are more profound, more nuanced, and I would like to ask our support team. The support team has written to us just shortly that beauty is love. So bravo to our technical team. And I would also like to ask about the beauty. Alexander Kuleshov from St. Petersburg. Beauty is work and patience. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So what is the beauty for you? I understand beauty as a divine harmony. So this is the opinion of our technical team. So what is beauty for you? Beauty is love, is movement, knowledge. Thank you yet again. What is beauty for you? For me, it's beauty means to be yourself. Okay, great answer. Thank you. Hello, what is the beauty for you? Beauty is when the crystal of psychic energy is in your heart and you can resonate with this love and you can radiate it and influence other people and make them happy. So when you live for the greater good and not just for yourself. Thank you. What's the beauty for you? Well, beauty is love. Thank you. What is beauty for you? And as it has been said, love is the true beauty. And I think that beauty is the positive feelings, that you receive from other people. So when there is beauty, a person can become better. Yes, exactly. So this is the true opinion voiced by a young person from the audience. And those are the volunteers from the most volunteer organization, a governmental organization that can sum up just in a few words the genius during the Great VII Congress dedicated to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Thank you all for your hard work. So what is the beauty? People are created in the image of God. And when one can realize and sense that he is everything and everybody is him, only then we can realize beauty. So we all are within the same spirit, and we all have the feminine and masculine aspects on this planet, and we must, by the image of God, evolve and climb the next stage and become godlike. And it's happening right now. And when I say right now, I feel that this right now is happening at this moment. Thank you very much. Raisa, what do you think? I think that beauty is the individuality of each person. And as a volunteer, I can say that beauty is your desire to make the world a better place. Thank you. What is the beauty? I think that beauty, well, of course, it's subjective. And for me, for example, beauty has to do with the material world, with the physical and the mental. And for instance, I like the sunset. You know, cleaning my room is beautiful, I think, because it gives me the sense of completion and satisfaction. Well, that's all. Well, that's it. When you respond to the beauty, everything is possible.
Михаил Николаевич, у вас есть
Mikhail Nikolaevich, do you have any comments? 30 seconds for your comment. I would like to cite a poem by Zabolotsky. What is beauty and why is it godlike? Is it a vessel or is it a fire?
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you very much. Well, as you can see, it's not easy to come back once you go to volunteers and ask people what they think. So what do you think? What is love and what is beauty? Well, let's start with beauty. Beauty is the final video we will make of the Congress. And love is the feeling that our editor will complete the video in the post-editing stage. Valerie, hello. We're happy to welcome you to the live session. He's our photographer. How can you make thousands of pictures and not make it a bother to everyone? So what is the beauty for you? Well, beauty for me is soul. Is something that makes my soul sing, and I think it's individual. So of course, everybody will feel that beauty is in chemistry, in maths, in different things. Well, that's great. Thank you very much. So our technical team has given us those wonderful answers, and they all, I think, feel they're in the sense of the Theosophy. They resonate with these teachings. So the table of Oriental studies. Do you have a comment? Speaking about beauty, I would like to cite Nikolai Relik about the Indian teachings, Satyanka, the truth, the beauty, and love. Those are the three aspects of Brahman, of the Absolute. So beauty is the reflection of God, said by the Indian teachings. And Hegel said that there are three aspects of the Absolute. And the philosophy of love is essential for Hegel, and beauty, of course. So this is one of the forms of the Absolute, and art goes to the Absolute through its creativity. So thank you. It was a wonderful answer. Thank you very much. The pedagogy table, your question just made so much sense. It was so great. It united us all. So we will support you, of course. Now it's time for Vladimir Yary to give his comment. I would like to cite Державин.
О ты, пространством бесконечный.
Oh, you, the eternal space, the life movement of the substances, the movement of with no faces and yet with three faces, the great God, beyond omnipresent, who doesn't have a reason and space, who cannot be understood by anybody, but yet who expands through all the space. The one and true God. It's hard to say for sure how you can describe God. So Vladimir Yary continues to cite a great poem written by Державин, but I won't translate it right now, but you can Google it, of course.
А вечность прежде в век рожденну в себе самом ты основал. Себя собою наполняя, собою из себя сияя, ты свет, откуда свет истек. Создав и все единым словом, в творении простираясь, онном ты был, ты есть, ты будешь век, ты цепь существ себе вмещаешь, их всех содержишь и живишь, конец с началом сопрягаешь, и смертью живот даришь. Как искры сыплются, стремятся, так солнце от тебя родятся. Так в мразный ясный день зимой пылинки инея сверкают, вратятся, зыблются, сияют, так солнце в безднах под тобой. Светил возжженных миллионы в неизмеримости текут, твои они творят законы, лучи животворящие льют, но огненные сии лампады, или рдяных кристаллей громады, или волн золотых кипящий сон, или горящие эфиры, или вкупе все светящие миры пред тобой, как ночь пред днем, как капля в море опущена вся твердь перед тобой сия. Но что мной зримая вселенная, и что перед тобою я в воздушном океане онном, миры умноже миллионно, 100 крат других миров, и то, когда дерзнут сравнить с тобою, лишь будут точкою одною, а я перед тобой ничто. Ничто, но ты во мне сияешь величием своих доброт, во мне себя изображаешь, как солнце в малой капле вод. Ничто, но мир я ощущаю, не сытым, никаким летаю, всегда парением высоты. Тебя душа моя быть чает, вникает, мыслит, рассуждает. Я есть, конечно, есть и ты есть природы чин вещает. Гласит мое мне сердце то, меня мой разум уверяет, ты есть, и я уже ничто. Частица целая вселенной, поставлен мнится мне. В почтенной средине естества я той, где кончил тварей ты телесных, где начал ты духов небесных, и цепь существ связал ты мной. Я цепь миров повсюду сущих, я крайняя степень вещества. Я средоточие живущих, черта начально божества. Я телом в прахе истлеваю, умом громам повелеваю. Я царь, я раб, я червь, я Бог, но, будучи я столь чудесен, отколе проишел безвестен, а сам собой я быть не мог. Твое создание я создатель, Твоей премудрости я тварь, источник жизни, благ, податель, душа души моей и царь. Твоей-то правде нужно было, чтоб в смертную бездну приходило мое бессмертное бытие, чтоб дух мой в смертность облачился, и через смерть я возвратился, Отец, в бессмертие Твое. Непостижимый, я знаю, что души моей воображение бессильны, и тени начертать Твоей, но если славословить должно, то слабым смертным невозможно Тебя ничем иным постичь, как им к Тебе лишь возвышаться, в безмерной разности теряться и благодарны слезы лить.
Державин, Ода, Бог.
Державин is dead.
Итак, получается, что голубой луч отдает права.
So the blue ray gives the right of this transitional state from low manas to high manas to the blue ray table of psychology. And then this blue table can ask their question. The question to the philosophy table. How to turn the younger generation towards educating in spiritual sciences, towards the spiritual growth. Thank you for the question. We have a person who can answer this question exactly.
Вам повезло.
Мне повезло, что я об этом даже и не подозревал, что я столько всего знаю. Вы знаете, однажды в различных наших философских путешествиях
Once during our philosophical studies, we have pointed attention to one important issue regarding theosophical studies. So that means application of the theory in our practice. And the application of the theory is the most important for the younger people.
Это могут помочь только те люди,
only those experienced people who have got that knowledge through their own practice, they can help educate the younger people.
в общении с молодежью, они
Because
по-другому общаться, и молодежь им будет доверять.
the younger people will trust them, will trust their experience. They would be able to feel that people have learned all those things
Моя супруга рядом с
through their lives.
серьезный, самый трудный вопрос, который приходится решать. Но поверьте, результат – это самое большое счастье в жизни, которое можно себе желать.
Большое спасибо. Ваши аплодисменты.
Я, конечно, хочу несколько слов добавить. То есть
I would like to add a few words.
те, кто хорошо в комплексе освоил эти духовные законы,
All those people who have learned all those spiritual knowledge quite deeply, please try to become the magnet for younger people, because sometimes that knowledge is very important for younger people. And sometimes the teachers and the professors in universities are having kind of cold hearts. They are just lecturing, they are just delivering information. They do not try to deliver experience to the younger people. That's why it's very important that theosophical knowledge, spiritual knowledge should be learned to, should be taught to younger people with the warm heart, with the passion, with the spark, because that spark of knowledge is very important for younger people to get engaged, to get involved in those spiritual studies.
Пару слов хотела добавить. Мне кажется, что поворачивать молодежь не надо.
It seems to me
Своим путем, а они идут за нами.
that we shouldn't force younger people to learn something. We should just go our own way, in sincere way, and then younger people will follow us.
Которые получили специальные призы. Их творчество было оценено по достоинству, и в том числе это очень много было и детей,
Now, during this Congress, we have seen many winners of different competitions. And while participating in those spiritual competitions, people get unified, get joined with the atmosphere of this spiritual aspiration, which is present throughout this Congress. And we heard quite a few times that children said that their parents love the works of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, love Theosophy.
Я бы хотел добавить,
I would like to add what is necessary for children to aspire towards higher knowledge. First of all, two laws. Two laws should be brought to their hearts. Reincarnation and karma. So our old teachers gave us those two main laws of reincarnation and karma. As soon as a person can realize that he is immortal through reincarnation, through karma laws, that would push, would open up in a child creativity. And this opening up of creation forces is very important for young people.
Дорогие друзья, и остается у нас последний луч.
And now we have the last ray
Разума, да, символа, планета Венеры. Что
from planet of Venus,
направление психологии.
which is symbolized by blue color of psychology.
К столу зеленому. Зеленый стол.
Now we are moving the ray to the green table, physics and natural sciences.
Основной вашего стола к любому из направлений. Пожалуйста.
Please ask your question across to some other table. It's well known that modern quantum physics can predict everything through probabilities. As far as I know, astrology also is a science of probabilities regarding each object. The question sounds like this. This probability prediction, is it just because we do not know everything? But if we knew everything, we would be able to predict everything in future. For example, the Russia tomorrow will look like the following. We would be able to predict exactly if we knew everything. This probability prediction links to the limitations of our knowledge, or this is the principal foundation of the physics, that we cannot predict everything. The probability is inherent to the nature. I am from Moscow, Sokolova Anna. Of course, it depends on the level of astrologist himself, but in general, astrology is kind of exact science, but sometimes predictions cannot fulfill. For example, things like free will, or like some karmic consequences, but sometimes the event can be linked to the certain date, but may happen sometime in the future. So the precision of date is not available for astrologists. Now, lady from St. Petersburg, I think that astrology gives just prediction, forecast, of course, depending on the level of astrologist. But free will can manifest itself within the certain karmic range. And the better astrologist knows the karmic foundation, the better astrologist can predict. And now
Смотрите, есть разные направления.
There are different directions in astrology. Eastern astrology, Oriental astrology, Western astrology. Western also has some classical form. And in our academy in St. Petersburg, there are some periodical laws and cyclical laws. And through those cyclical laws, we can identify which planets control which people. And sometimes it gives up to 98 probability rate for our forecasts.
А в качестве управителя Скорпиона Плутона, поэтому 50 на 50 в прогнозировании. То есть, по сути, здесь получается...
In other cases, probability can be just 50-50. And of course, astrology is empirical science. Also, like physics, uses a lot of empirical laws. And through horoscope, we can trace the events in the life of each person. Of course, astrology has more drawbacks in terms of structure, in terms of systematic approach, because astrology was evicted 300 years ago out of science in France, because astrology was treated not like an exact science. But now we have the possibility to enter back into science through the new approach to astrology, new scientific approach. I would like to add, this is one of the painful points of astrology, probability of the forecast. Quite rare astrologists can forecast very accurately. Quite often the life doesn't confirm their forecasts. And the question, why? When I started in the School of Astrology, our teachers taught us never pretend that your forecasts, your proposals will make true. During communication, you should tell your patients in terms of probabilities. May be possible. It doesn't mean that you are lacking some knowledge, that you are afraid to forecast, that you are not sure about the probability of your forecast. But this is done by other reasons. For example, astrologist is working with microcosm, like deciphering certain formula. And in that formula, 3 or 4 components are not known completely. And those components are very vital for the final result of the forecast. And so, even if knowing certain factors without knowing others, no astrologist can predict with high rate of probability, because too many components are involved in any forecast. Because too many things impact the outcomes in the life of each of patients. That's why it's well-accepted practice between astrologists that, for example, astrologists can identify the general direction for a person, general path, general way. But of course, there is a free will, and a person on his way can make different decisions, can make different choices, and depending on those choices, the way can even turn, can even bend from straight line. Only through statistics can confirm the quality of the forecast for each astrologer.
Александр Иванович, знаете, чем главное отличие от той астрологии, о которой вы сейчас рассказывали?
The main difference between astrology you are talking about and the astrology in terms of theosophy, one word, main difference. Different systems. Western system, this is astrology mandala, and the Eastern system, this is Kala chakra.
Для меня, честно скажу, невнятно. Объясню почему.
It's not clear for me.
Вся астрология, про которую вы сейчас
The
говорите,
whole astrology you are talking about now,
я просто не была о предсказаниях, да, насколько точно можно предсказать и так далее. Главный постулат в теософии
the main postulate, the main,
извне, кто бы это ни был,
no one from outside, whoever he is, cannot
решать что-либо.
decide for a person to make any choice, to make any decision.
А тем более тогда, когда касается жизни другого человека. Третье.
And the second postulate,
Нравственного аспекта. Четвертое.
astrology doesn't have moral aspect.
По бытовым аспектам она дальше психологического плана не поднимается.
And normally astrology doesn't go above the common life of every person. And it should be in fact combined with the higher knowledge of theosophy.
Андрей сегодня говорил, Сергей Павлович говорил, Илья Николаевич говорил, каждый стол коснулся этой темы. Человек
Every table concerned this subject. That the person through higher knowledge starts to listen to one's own intuition.
И совершенно все равно, все эти воплощения прошлое, которые были,
And
не надо знать.
only through the intuition it's possible to know the most probable outcomes.
И был в прошлом, понимаете? Ничего нового там не было. И оно никогда, прошлое, не будет вам открывать тот настоящий момент.
And in fact, if it doesn't involve higher knowledge, higher intuition, you cannot go deeper into the past to identify the root causes, and you cannot forecast anything in the future without knowing the real chain of events in the past. Only through the work of intuition and the work of heart, the person can predict to the highest probability what will happen to him.
Я вообще хочу сказать, что действительно сознание это не изменилось, что 2 века назад, уже 200 лет скоро, всю собираемся тайную доктрину изучать. Поднимите руки в зале.
So, secret doctrine was written almost 2 centuries ago. And who studied all 3 volumes of secret doctrine? Please raise your hands.
Это, вы знаете, а здесь важно что? Вот 3-й том, который Франческа Ладью, да, дала, да, и мы знаем, что это учение.
In fact, the 3rd volume is said not to be written by Helena Petrovna, but still, when you read the 3rd volume, you can see that this is the truth inside this volume. And in theogenesis, very deep and secret knowledge is explained. That's why 7-ray stars can be drawn with one movement, and it's sacred. And I would like to present the final word to Yary, briefly.
Well, listening to you, dear astrologers, I admire you because you understand that you don't know something, and that's crucial. When we don't know, then we listen to ourselves, because Kala chakra is a phenomenal image. There is a mandala, there is a calendar. Normally we deal with a calendar, and the system of Kala chakra calendar if you imagine, has already been there. Some calendars have been present in any civilization up to the sixth of humanity. This knowledge is open about the wheel of good law, is what Madame Blavatsky described in Cosmogenesis, Anthropogenesis. That's what she described. Kalachakra is a phenomenon of studying the secret doctrine. It's already here. It's been, it happened in 1989. The synthesis was already there. And we should understand this major point. Then the Theosophists normally reject the concept of Kalachakra system, but the calendar has been created. The calendar is here, the Kalachakra calendar, and the wheel of this good law has already been launched. The era of Aquarius started from this calendar. We already have it in the law. All the kinds of religions are there. The astrochemistry, astrophysics, astrology, all sciences of the ancient times are there in the system of Kalachakra. Madame Blavatsky describes them. In the commentary, in all her works, we should find it. She said, I hail those who gather Kalachakra on their way. The Lord is saying that these are the lowest pieces of Shambhala knowledge of the gods put here for the human being, either those brought by the will of good law in other form, in the form of calendar, in other form. Right now, the form is built as per the Russian or Sanskrit consciousness of images. That is the new phenomenon in this era we're entering. I've heard that, and it's never been accepted that there is knowledge of Kalachakra when its creator, Mr. Bakhanov, was trying to penetrate everything, enter all societies. The idea did not take him, did not accept him for 10 years, and he was trying. That was done because he had his own particular teaching, but that is Madame Blavatsky's teaching, the Shambhala teaching that was revealed. As you know, Kalachakra does not reject anything. It contains everything. That is the point. When you were saying that probably I will not agree, that's not true. I agree with everything. The main joy I feel is that you see that you don't know many things because there are karmic laws and some kind of karma of parents and genetic laws. Kalachakra mentions the law that is multidimensional. The very law is great. It's in differentiation. It's present there. And that is why every sparkle of this law should go through our consciousness. Buddhists were speaking of nidanas, this moral cause and result effect, because there is transmutation as you understand, as you comprehend this law, the law of evolution of human consciousness. That is the height. We still don't accept it, but as the fact, as the phenomenon, it's been on Earth for a long time among the humanity, and the place where the wheel of good law went out was Kemerovo, Russia. Kemerovo is an energetic connector in Himalayas, in Beluga. That is a kind of crossroad where Kemerovo is. Energetically, it's been presumed, and Madame Blavatsky mentions a kind of park where the school was situated, school of Mr. Bakanov, the park with birches, and Mr. Vladimir Bakanov went to the Caucasus, and there he had his insights. The phenomenon has already been accepted that it exists, and it's left to us to look at the secret doctrine and to see all the symbols and marks and numbers and enumerations and write them down in the circle of the space of our own consciousness. That is the great meditative labor, but it's about creativity, because art makes us masters in any area according to this knowledge of these laws. That as in our being, there are laws. Everybody who knows the laws knows how to live, not to violate them, to be harmonious, and not to go to prison. We limit ourselves, and knowledge of laws allows us to go out of prison of our own mind, our rational mind. I mean, that is the path, and we should see this path and follow it, be the path ourselves. We have everything given to us. And the teachers say, you have everything given to you before the entrance of the sixth race, and the fifth race should prepare its mind, its body, transform them, transmutate the centers, and therefore allow the high minds of the sixth race enter them. Thank you. And I propose you to do that, to prepare us for these droplets of the sixth race. Dear friends, we are bringing up the results and getting to the final point of the Theosophy final point. That is the presentation of every round table. The timing for each presentation is within 1 to 2 minutes. Number 60 will be the main one today, and the final presentation and the final words of each table is about the particular area of knowledge, giving the impetus to the future in order to develop in the society the theosophical basics through the area of knowledge and that you were talking about for the whole day. Let's start from the orange table. That is about the sun, creativity, and we give the word to Madam Shakhmatova, Elena, the final presentation by Culture Studies and Art, Theosophy and the Society. As for the conclusion today, I'd like to say that culture involves everything, and art is a kind of intuitive phenomenon. In art, at the level of art, we reveal firstly what will be revealed in reality. Please draw your attention to the fact that first all the fantasists dream of something, then it happens, and that is why culture at the level of intuition accepts some kind of signals from the subtle world. That is why we should pose great attention to art. What's created by the art that's what we should reflect upon. Art makes this kind of contribution to the life of society, the kind of predictive function it has. As for culture, culture is the world of the human being who creates this world of culture and cannot exist beyond culture. That is a kind of second reality compared to nature we created ourselves. Of course, culture includes absolutely all the aspects. Here, we should seek creativity in everything. We should seek unity of everything in order for the human being to be harmonious and for the society to be harmonious as well. Thank you so much. What do you think of the work of your table today? Does it confirm the fact that the theosophical knowledge has a particular basis that society lacks, and that in a particular aspect it is an impetus for the development of culture and the art? Definitely, theosophy seeks synthesis of everything, and we lack it. I address the culture of the Silver Age, the renaissance of the Russian culture. The Silver Age was when Theosophy was that important, but still cannot attain the level that we used to have in the Silver Age. So we have the great path ahead. As we go along it, we will attain this very direction. Thank you so much for everyone working in culture studies and art today. Applause from the whole hall, and we support you. As well as those watching us online. Purple ray. Purple ray corresponds to history and Oriental studies. Your final resolution: what is the way the society has history and Oriental studies, in particular because we see the primary source of the teaching can be revealed in the future. If we consider relations of theosophy and the society, as I think the sacred doctrine has a particular key as we open this book. It's written Satyat Nasti Parut Dharma, meaning there is no truth, there is no religion above truth. So there are truths open for humanity that should make us go forward and live in ethics. Is the next stage as we open the living ethics. It's also mystery and the keys that can give us the way forward. That is the essence of these teachings. Aum Tat Sat Aum. That is the higher purpose. Tat Sat is the higher reality attained thanks to ethics. As we describe Oriental studies, I'll tell a bit from the point of view of Buddhism. The Buddhist philosophy is saying that in order to transform the human being, its heart, and the society, we should develop the two wings and the two paths, prajna in Sanskrit and karuna. Prajna, it's the wisdom, satyam opening the sacred doctrine, and karuna is love or compassion. If only we have their own right shares of them, they will transform humanity. So without the condition of knowing the truth and the living ethics, and the sacred doctrine combined, it's not possible to attain these highest levels.
As a museum worker, I would like to add from this point of view, because I'm not an Oriental scientist. So the medallion of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, it's apparitionist. It's a complex history that ended, and the medallion being here today with us. I have already told this story in an interview before, and I would like for it to happen that in Moscow we will have a museum dedicated to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, and to create a commission where we could bring together experts that would work in the generational politics. We need to speak with the younger generation to ignite their hearts, because the young generation is the future of our planet. And what we're talking about, the knowledge that we have, needs to be passed down to the future generations. And now, the young generation, young people, they talk via the internet. So maybe it would be useful to have interactive internet programs that would help them understand teachings of the Yary family and Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. I think it's important to think about, because what we've talked about today is just what we've talked in the inner circle, and this information, it needs to go out of the circle. And I think it's a goal of this Congress. So this information isn't just discussed within the singular event. I think we need to create a museum dedicated to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, because there is a museum of the Yary family. There are multiple of them even, but there is not a single center or museum dedicated to Helena Petrovna. And I think we have the people and we have the drive. Let's come together, let's find experts, and let's do this. This is my greatest wish, and I hope that this Congress becomes something even more than it is today. Thank you very much. Now, please pay attention to the screen. The VII Theosophical Congress is one of the projects of the Foundation of Theosophy. This foundation has been working since 2018. The International Scientific Center of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky has been created, and it works with different ideas that you can see on the screen right now. And there are people that stand behind all of these branches. So this is a scientific center, the Center of Scientific Research, where we bring together science and culture. And this is something that can grow even larger. Congress is just one of the projects. The competitions that we've had, they're just one of the projects of the foundation. And I can tell you for sure that in Russia, philosophy has been approved by the ministry. So this is an official foundation that has a registration number, and it has been registered in St. Petersburg. So this is an official organization. And no other organization with the word Theosophy in its name has been ever able to do that. So this is a victory, and we have an official organization that has been working for 6 years right now. And if you visit our website, you can find other projects, the International Publishing Center, different schools, international seminars, open all Russian tours and seminars that are conducted all across Russia. So these are the foundations of the living ethics and the secret doctrine. So we have everything that is needed. It's just that we have to start working. And I propose to you, and as it has been said by the colleagues from the Oriental Studies and the Round Table, that this information has been embedded in the society for so many years that for us it's just the time to act. So please applaud the Round Table of Orientalism and History. And now we will pass to the new ray, the red ray of Mars. So please, your final thoughts. Astrology, Kalachakra, how can they help to form a theosophical worldview in society, to help propagate this fundamental knowledge in Russia and the international community? So it has been mentioned by Vladimir Vasilievich, the law of karma and reincarnation should be taught in school. It should be taught in school to children and their parents, because parents and their children, they need to know this information. And me having an educational degree, first of all, I understand how this is important, and to know oneself, to know your identity, you need to know your horoscope. We've been talking about high vibrations today, but for each individual that comes into this world, to understand oneself, you need to understand your horoscope and its aspects and the points of tension in your horoscope. So it's important for parents and their children to know this point and to know their horoscope, to grow as people and individuals, because without this, individual spiritual growth is not possible, because our horoscope has our divine goals, the ways for our self-realization that can be achieved through astrology. Of course, you need to go, you need to see, you need to learn how to read your horoscope. You don't need to go to an astrologer just once a year or Google your horoscope on the internet. You must learn how to read it properly. You need to know it how you know your ABCs. And moreover, I think the basis of astrology, any astrology, is Theosophy of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky and Agni Yugi of Helena Brillich. This is written in each book written about astrology. Thank you so much for your final words and for your emphasis on fundamental knowledge, and that it's important for it to go into society and to go into our schools. And our next round table is Yellow Ray, the ray of philosophy. Please, your conclusion. Theosophy and Society. So I think during this round table, I think we all have become really close to each other, and I believe that I can ask anybody in this round table to draw a conclusion. For example, Mr. Makarov, but I won't do this, of course. And I would like to say that Plato, for example, said that philosophy searches for eternity in transitional things. And we know for sure that the secret doctrine, the teachings of Blavatsky, is a generalized knowledge. And in philosophy, the great characteristic of the philosophic knowledge is generalization. And we see how Helena Petrovna was able to use the polemics, the great heritage of the great teachers of the past, the great thinkers of the past. And I understand that, of course, the knowledge hasn't been differentiated during this time, but you can see, you can look at the great thinkers that were mentioned by Helena Petrovna. They all left a remarkable heritage in history. So philosophy, the secret doctrine, they are very important. And I think that these teachings, they are necessary for students to understand the secret doctrine and the unveiled Isis, for example. So curate philosophy and philosophic knowledge, because it will persist within generations. Thank you very much. Now we pass on to the table of psychology. PhD in philosophy, Sergei Vitalyevich Kolganov. I would like this table to give an oath, the philosophic oath that you think that the fundamental knowledge of Blavatsky and Rick is still actual to these days and necessary for each individual consciousness. Is it true? Do you swear by it, Vitaly Vasilyevich? Well, since you asked me to swear by these words, of course, I swear by all my heart and subscribe to these words. We will try our best in our life to pass this knowledge to our students and the people we know, to help them become more cognizant. Okay, thank you very much. And now one of the other tables, pedagogy and education, your final resolution. How can education and pedagogy that has reached at that end, pass it using the knowledge of Helena Petrovna and Rerek family? So how can this be realized? Well, pedagogy is the sole science that can work with the future practically, because a child is the future, and we, in this sense, are working with time. But of course, we know that there is no linear time; it's a chimera. And in the works of Helena Petrovna, we find that the time is cyclical or eternal, and that's it. So this is an important idea that needs to be understood by pedagogy. And the Institute of Education should be restructured, where it should pass from the linear time to cyclical time. Because in linear time, there is no future. Future is just the continuation of present. This is the crisis of accelerated movement and evolution, which can be catastrophic for us. So in pedagogy, where are we leading our children? Well, in reference with science, there is no goal in evolution of science, because science doesn't need to make any goals. So science doesn't know how to conduct its own evolution. And Blavatsky helps us to understand that the goal of our evolution is beauty and truth. You know, I'm in the company of great people, you know, 2 beautiful women and 2 great men. And one of them has shared with us a great sensation of it and shared her musical talent. And thank you very much. The main speaker, Volnov Igor Nikolaevich, the PhD and the head of the Moscow Polytechnic University, Russia, Moscow. Thank you for sharing your ideas so forwardly, and that you acknowledge that modern education lacks this fundamental understanding and knowledge. The psychology round table. Please share your final resolution. How can this great science that has not yet been understood completely, how can it develop in society on the basis of theosophical works? Well, I've started today by saying that psychology is changing, and because more and more people are starting to think about their soul, and Aristotle he was working with the soul, but many people have forgotten about it, and finally we have remembered about it yet again. And psychology is by some called the main science of the third millennia. And we are talking about a person not as a rational being, but as an emotional being. And an emotional intellect is now just becoming a point of research. And I would like to yet again point your attention to my work, Symphony of Human Evolution, where I study the emotional intellect, because emotions are our subjective feelings about the things that happen around us. This is a moment when a living organism is differentiated from nature, when variety, unprogrammed behavior is happening. Emotions is your way out from animalistic instincts and automatisms. Your basic emotions like anger and sadness. So in Theosophy, as it is known, a person is looked at as a person with 7 principles. So in the themes and topics we are discussing in psychology, they can also be applied here. And for example, on the level of Linga Sharira, we can study the basic emotions that can be felt not by only people but by animals too. And we're talking about the astral body and ephemeral beings. And when we talk about the kama manas, the lower manas, the proto emotions become more apparent to us. Our feelings and anxiousness, and at this point we become able to feel, to sense the universal emotions and feelings. So today's psychology will inevitably move into the direction written by the secret doctrine. And another point that I want to make, me being a psychologist and a philosopher, I have another monograph called The Mysticism in Cosmos and Culture, where I look at the secret doctrine. But the secret as a term needs to be understood emotionally. It needs to be felt. And that's exactly what we've been doing today. And in this we view our main goal, philosophical and psychological at the same time. Thank you very much. Psychology as science in Theosophy and Society acknowledges the necessity of a systematic approach to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky's work and work of the Rerich family. Vladimir Yary, now a word to you. I will repeat myself, I think, the ideas that I have said before. If you understand yourself, you understand the world. Thank you. And dear friend, this was Kravchenko Victoria Vladimirovna, who has a double PhD in philosophy, professor of the International Law Institute, Russia, Moscow. And now the word goes to the round table, the green table, physics and general sciences. Their final word on the work of the round table during the last day of the VII International Theosophical Congress, dedicated to Helena Petrovna Blavatsky and her fundamental work, The Secret Doctrine. How can the general science, physics, use theosophy?
Дорогие друзья, я хочу поблагодарить всех за...
I would like to thank everybody for very nice discussions, provoking, generating many insights. Everywhere in the world we can see global changes. And I've been trying yesterday and today to show the problems in physics. This is the major problem of fundamental comprehension of all the new changes in physics. And I have expressed my point of view that through theosophy, it's possible to change the approach and to change the physics. That's why our main task, we can see, to promote the ideas of theosophy in universities, in schools, by all our means. And I'm sure, I'm looking forward that within next 10 years there will be a major breakthrough in terms of new understanding of the world view based on the Helena Petrovna works. In 1936, Helena was writing, nothing can be more proving that good experiment. And like my colleague said, that quite soon, hopefully, new type of scientists will show up who can combine spiritual knowledge with the scientific knowledge to be able to make a major breakthrough towards our worldview.
И научные эксперименты, которые построены вот на недоказанных истинах. Также переводим многие труды Рейхетбаха, например, Месмера, которые...
And we are doing our best to promote theosophical literature to our students. We are publishing many works by Helena Petrovna. Please do your best in terms of understanding the works by Helena Petrovna.
Главный спикер стола физика и естественные науки Рощупин Сергей Павлович, доктор физико-математических наук, профессор Высшей школы фундаментальных физических исследований Санкт-Петербургского политехнического университета Петра Великого, Россия, Санкт-Петербург. Огромное спасибо. Фостер Мишелина, участник этого стола. Егор Владимирович Штурлей.
Michelina is a participant of this table. Chiratyev, thank you so all, a member, participant of the yellow table. Dr. Srinivasan, thank you for being with us. Dear friends, everyone confirmed the direction of our society in terms of studying theosophical works based on fundamental works by Helena Petrovna. Thank you for all the speakers who are confirmed this fact. Applauses to the table of culturology.
Город Москва, Россия, Шахматова Елена Васильевна. Аплодисменты. Направление история и востоковедение.
History and Oriental Studies. Applause to the main speaker.
Государственный музей Востока, город Москва. Участнику Веры Евгеньевны Голенищевой-Кутузовой, Германия, которая преодолела несколько стран, чтобы попасть сюда на наш конгресс.
Елена Golenisheva-Kutuzova have passed through many borders to come here. Applauses to her.
За утверждение этих знаний, направление философия и главному спикеру, профессору философских наук.
To the main speaker, Колганов Сергей.
Огромное спасибо яркому, незабываемому столу астрология и калачакра.
Thanks to the table astrology and Kalachakra.
Владимировна, Белокуриха и Москва, мы вместе. Спасибо за работу, за утверждение этих знаний в социуме.
Thank you for all your work.
Спасибо величайшему, улыбчивому, истинному,
A lot of thanks
самому красивому спикеру Вольнову Илье
to the
Николаевичу.
best speaker, Volnov Ilya.
Образование, педагогика,
This is the table of pedagogics and education.
России. И мы подходим к естественным наукам. Огромное спасибо.
And thanks a lot to Sergei Rashchukin.
Вы в Германии на русском языке. Вы издавали и издаете альманах «Психическая энергия».
Also for all publishing work in Germany by of publishing of all theosophical works.
Огромное спасибо столу психологии.
Thanks a lot to the table of psychology and to chief speaker Victoria Kravchenko.
Я хотела бы сказать так. Свет воздействует на физическое тело.
Light impacts physical body. Love impacts astral body.
Свет полностью преобразует ткань.
And light finally is transforming our essence through the words spoken by our teachers. Light and love.
Которая производит трансмутацию
Those two words can produce transmutation in the whole of humankind.
выводящая к жизни вечной.
This brings us to the eternal life. Light and Love, 7th Theosophical Congress, under the common ray of light, finishes its work and congratulates all the nominants and winners of different awards. And this is musical composition. Thanks a lot.
Музыкальной культуры в Российской Федерации. Инструментальный ансамбль «Спутник». Город Энгельс.
Group Sputnik from city of Engels.
Международного теософского конгресса, посвященная Блаватской. Вам всем!